Larry Ahern, welcome to Tech Talk with Daniel.
Thank you. Nice to see you.
You know, last month I interviewed Anson Ju, and to my surprise, I found out that he was a former roommate of yours during our conversation.
Yeah, I didn't catch that interview, but yeah.
He spoke very highly of you, by the way, or did he? Anyway, let's get started at the beginning. How did you get into art?
How did I get into art? I always loved cartooning as a kid. I think I was a big fan of Saturday morning cartoons and Disney animated films and that kind of thing. I just always kind of drew. I was an artist as a kid. As I got older, I got into doing my own cartoons. Me and a couple of friends in high school, if we were bored in class, we'd sit there and we'd be doing cartoons of the teacher, caricatures of classmates or the teachers in the margins of our homework, that kind of thing. In fact, I keep saying I'm gonna make a book version of this, but basically it's all this lined binder paper, for your homework that we would pull out and we'd be doing cartoons on. So some of it, the cartoon got the full page, but it was never like nice white art paper. It was always just like, school paper. And I collected these all in like a 3-ring binder. And I've got like 4 of these things just full of these cartoons that me and my friends did in high school. We came up with, we had a superhero character based on our algebra teacher, just a bunch of crazy stuff like that. And, I keep saying one of these days I'm going to scan all these things and make a nice book version of it and at least send it to my other 2 friends that helped me do all these comics. But that was kind of my thing that I was totally into. I started doing editorial cartoons, like political cartoons. I had a government class senior year in high school, and they wanted us to do some elaborate research project, or you had to write an essay or that kind of thing. And I'm like, oh, this is going to be really boring. And so I convinced the teacher, let me do a series of editorial cartoons instead. So I got to do that. And then we ended up having, end of the senior year, we had a class trip to Washington, D.C. And it was one of those things where like all year long, you're raising money. We did like bake sales and car washes and all these crazy things kids do to raise money for stuff like that. And then we did like a week-long trip to Washington, D.C. We got to meet our congressmen and go to the Capitol and the White House and all that kind of stuff. But one of the cool things we got to do was they got us into the Washington Post and got to meet Herb Block, who was the resident political cartoonist there. And I got to show him my cartoons. So that was always kind of my interest. And then went off to college at University of California, Davis. Thought I was going to go into sciences. I was studying biology and doing all that kind of stuff. But I was still taking some art classes on the side and always liked that. I got a couple of years in and started struggling with all the calculus and organic chemistry and stuff that I had to take. And I realized I'm not enjoying this and I'm loving my art classes. So I ended up switching to majoring in art. Technically, I have a fine arts major, which wasn't quite the right fit for me either. But at that time, it was like, okay, I'm completely changing directions. I don't want to like add another year or 2 to my college to start all over again. And I was taking some creative writing classes. I took some philosophy classes. I liked all the other classes I was taking at Davis. And so the idea of should I transfer to like an art school? Like I had looked at Art Center in Pasadena or Cal Arts, one of those. And I thought, well, that's probably the kind of thing I should be doing because that's more illustration or animation focused kind of thing. But I thought if I go there, then I'm not going to get any of those other great classes that I'm enjoying. And I'm already 2 years in. So I just decided I'm going to finish the fine arts major and then maybe I'll go to grad school. And that's my approach. But at the time, I'm like, okay, now I've got a degree in painting or whatever the heck it was, abstract painting. A lot of the people in my classes were doing crazy abstract art. And I was just looking at it like, that's not really my thing. I want to be doing, illustration, animation, that kind of thing. I did take some graphic design courses too, because again, this was early mid 80s. So it's like the idea that I'm trying to think, Disney wasn't even really doing very well then with their animation. Like that was at the worst point before the Little Mermaid kind of put them back on top. Things were bad. So the idea like, I'll go work at Disney and become an animator. It's like, no, nobody wanted to do that. They were having a going out of business sale, it seemed like. So at the time I was thinking, all right, I'm not going to be able to make a living as a painter. That's not a reasonable idea for a career. So I thought, well, graphic design, that's probably the only thing where you can actually get a 9-to-5 job. But they didn't have a graphic design program at Davis either. They had like a really small department that kind of combined graphic design with other, I think it was like fashion design and a bunch of other things. It's like, we don't have enough people that want to do this, so we're going to combine every one of those design programs all into one, and it's not really much of a thing. So I kind of dabbled in a little bit of that stuff, but I had a teacher at the time who was he was a guest lecturer, and he was a graphic designer. He's a working designer. And he was a great influence on me because he was kind of showing us like, okay, let's not talk about theory. Let me just give you guys some assignments. These are like assignments that I actually got from clients, of things. So it was great because it was like, this is the kind of thing that you may have to do if you become a working graphic designer. So working on some of those projects, I thought that was cool. And so I was kind of straddling between, am I going to be an illustrator, cartoonist? Am I going to do graphic design? Maybe I can do a little of both. And this was in the everybody has a computer, on their desk at home era. So, at the time, it's like you're doing these illustration projects, and it's like you do a sketch, and you're like, how do I get that sketch from a sketch into like a thing? Like I did it this big, how do I do the big version? And he's like, oh, I got this projector, if you want to come over to my office and use it. And so that was like the holy grail. I did this little scribbly sketch on a napkin, but it had the flavor of the thing I wanted. And instead of trying to painstakingly recreate it at a larger size, it's like, oh, I can just go put it on his projector and, scale it up to the size I want and trace over it, and you're still sitting there for like an hour tracing the damn thing. But, that was like, oh, this is going to be great. And so right out of college, I started getting into these different projects where I was doing, I started like this t-shirt line with a friend of mine from college. And I just started doing some different projects like cartoons and stuff that were on calendars and coffee mugs and t-shirts, that kind of thing. And so, that having that mentor design teacher kind of, say, yeah, come on over. You can use my Xerox machine. You can use my projector. You can do all this. It was like, oh, this was great. And so I was kind of working as a starving artist at that point. I think that was, I was living in downtown Sacramento, which is about 20 minutes outside of Davis, where I went to college, and had like 3 roommates at the time. I'm trying to remember. I lived in like 5 or 6 places over the course of the 5 years after college that I was doing that. And then I ended up joining a local illustrators guild, which was just sort of like, everybody kind of helping each other out, sharing ideas. They have monthly meetings, sharing best practices. They had things like, oh, here's a recommended contract if you're doing a freelance project, use our contract as a template for your deal so you don't get ripped off. So when I found that, I thought, oh, this is great because I don't know what I'm doing at all. And I ended up going to some of those meetings, and that's where I met Anson Jew. And it was funny because like there are a lot of illustrators there. I don't remember there being that many people that were doing cartoon work. And Anson was one of those guys, like his work completely stood out when I was walking around looking at everybody's work in one of the art shows. I'm like, this guy's doing stuff like I'm doing or like I'm interested in doing. And so we chatted. We ended up becoming friends. I think I knew him for a couple of years, hanging out. We did, trying to remember, we were roommates at the time. Like we worked on some projects. We started trying to do things to kind of get each other motivated to work on projects because we both had like day jobs. I was working in restaurants. I literally was working in a screen printing t-shirt shop, just a million different things like that. But we were trying to kind of keep our creative projects going on the side. So we would meet weekly for a beer, and it's like, try to have a new cartoon, every week when we meet for a beer. And then it's like, and if you didn't, well, then we got to draw something while we're there. So we did a lot of stuff like that. I think then I probably knew him a year or two. I ended up in this phenomenal house. It was this Victorian house in downtown Sacramento, just gorgeous place. The guy that had totally remodeled it, he did it for him and his wife to live in, and then she ended up passing away. He didn't want to live in it anymore after that, so he decided to rent it out. One of my friends, who was an actor, ended up knowing someone in common with the guy and convinced him to rent it to us, which I'm sort of surprised in hindsight that he would, for 20-something-year-old people who can barely hold a job, yeah, sure, move into my gorgeously restored Victorian home. But we convinced him to let us rent it. I was there with that group of roommates for a couple of years. And then literally all three of the other people simultaneously decided they were moving out. One of the roommates was a friend of mine from high school who was an actor and writer, and he was living there with his girlfriend, and they just decided we want to get our own place. And then the third guy had something else. So suddenly I'm like, well, I don't want to lose this place. So I called up Anson and said, hey, my awesome place is for rent. Do you want to move in? And we ended up rustling up a couple of other people to room with us. So ended up in that place. And it was interesting. Then I was going to say that Illustrators Guild, and stop me if you've heard this story before. I've probably said it in other interviews, but that's how we met Martin Cameron, who was one of the artists at LucasArts art department in the early days. He actually lived in Sacramento. He was from the area, and he was commuting. I don't know if he went down 5 days a week. I want to say he went just a couple of days a week and maybe stayed with a friend down in Marin County, working at LucasArts. And then maybe he had his own computer set up in Sacramento. So I think it was kind of a back and forth thing, but ended up meeting him at the Illustrators Guild. And I want to say Anson and I both met him at the same time, because I remember talking to him. We were both like, wow, you work for George Lucas? That's so cool. And he was just kind of like, yeah. And we're like, what do you mean it's not cool? That's got to be the coolest thing. And he's like, yeah, but it's cool working for George Lucas, but like the art we're doing is like, it's 4 colored bricks this big, because this was like the early EGA days. And he's like, it's not really art like this stuff, We're like, yeah, but it's still, you're working at the ranch. That's so cool. He's like, yeah, that part's cool. And that was like a couple of years before we ended up getting the call. And literally it was at the time then I was roommates with Anson. So I want to say this was like 4 or 5 years later or something. And Martin calls up Anson, and I was the one that answered the phone. He's like, hey, is Anson there? And I'm like, oh, no, he's not here right now. Can I take a message? And he's like, oh, yeah, tell him Martin called. I got this job opening at Lucasfilm Games, and I really want to see if he wants to come interview. And he starts telling me all about it, not recognizing my voice or anything. And he's just like, yeah, it's really important. I think, he should give me a call back. He's going to be really excited about this. And I'm writing it down, and I'm just kind of listening to all this like, wow, that sounds really good. Martin, why aren't you telling me about this? This is really cool. Should I say something, or no, that's probably not appropriate? And then finally I kind of go, yeah, okay, well, I wrote it down. I'll give him the message. Hey, Martin, anyway, this is Larry. And he goes, oh, Larry. Oh, I didn't recognize your voice. I didn't realize you guys roommates. Yeah. And he's like, and I go, so you got a job opening. How many openings you got? He's like, oh my God, we need to hire like 5 or 6 people. Oh, I didn't even think about that. He's like, you guys should both come down. And I'm like, okay, yeah, that's awesome. Cool. I was, it's like I was not wanting to step on Anson's toes and and say, hey, can we both interview? But it's like I didn't know if he was recognizing my voice. So then at that point,
were
it's
you
like,
aware that Lucasfilm Games existed before he introduced you to the fact that he's working there?
I had no idea. Yeah, it's funny because my experience with video games, I was a big arcade game fan. I got addicted to Space Invaders and Galaxians and all those things. I'm trying to remember. Xevious was a game that I played a lot in college, if you've ever heard of that. It's kind of a Galaxian style vibe, but I love that. So I was into that. And then I had some friends that were computer programmers in college. And I want to say like the last game I had played, so this would have been like maybe 82, 83. I remember my programmer friend invited me over and he's like, yeah, I got this cool new game on my computer. I don't remember what it was called, but it's like, yeah, it's kind of like a Dungeons and Dragons game, where it's like you fight these monsters and everything. Let's play it. I'm like, cool. And he loads it up. And it was literally just ASCII characters, just because sort of like the dungeon map was just done with all these exclamation points to tell you the route. And then it's like, okay, there's the dragon. We got to kill it. And it was just like, the ampersand, and it was shooting little commas out at us, It's like, that's fire. He's breathing fire. And I'm like, no, he's breathing commas. That's not fire. And so that was what I knew of computer games. And so then maybe that was 83, 84. It was somewhere in there. So it was a good 5-6 years later that finally, and I'm trying to think, like I said, when we first talked to Martin about it, he's complaining about the 4-colored bricks and not being, that great. But so then at the time he finally called and said, yeah, we need you guys to come interview. It was, well, that's because the art went from like 16 colors to 256 colors, and it's gorgeous, but it takes a lot longer to make anything. So we need to hire a bunch more people. And so literally when we went down and interviewed, I had not seen any game since that horrible ASCII character D&D crawler thing on a computer. I'd seen what arcade stuff was doing, but I didn't know anything. Not like I could afford a computer. Like, computer programmers were the people that had computers at home, if they could afford them. So I remember going in for the interview, and Gary Winnick showed us the Secret of Monkey Island. I just remember looking at that going, this is amazing. This is what I want to do. This is very cool. And so I was really excited about that. But the interview is funny because Anson and I were both totally intimidated. And they're like, yeah, you guys both just come in together. And we're thinking, well, that's kind of weird. Like, you don't even want to interview us separately. And Gary does the interview, and he spent a good half of the interview showing us the game and talking about all the cool stuff they were doing there. And I got like halfway into it, and I thought, it really sounds like he's trying to convince us that this is cool. And I was like convinced the minute I drove through the gates of Skywalker Ranch, and they said, this is a full-time job where you will get paid to do artwork for George Lucas. Like, all the rest is gravy. I don't care about the rest of it. But then you showed me Secret of Monkey Island, and I'm like, oh, all right. How much do I have to pay you to do this? This is cool. And we were trying to figure out, like, why is he giving us such the hard sell on the thing? And then he goes, and literally, like, it was a good 45 minutes of the hour interview. And then he's like, oh, yeah, so I'd love to see some of your art. Why don't you guys show it? And I'm thinking, it's going to be this formal thing where you're supposed to talk about everything. And we're both opening up these big paper portfolios. Nothing's digital at that point. And he's like, and I start saying, oh, well, who do you want to go first? And he goes, oh, you can show me yours. Let me see what you got there. And I started to talk about one of the pieces, the first one on the top of the stack. He's like, that's great. Can we kind of see some of the other? And he goes, well, why don't you just hand me the book? And he just takes it and he like looks at one, the second one, and then he literally just kind of rifles through the rest, like, just super fast. And my jaw kind of hit the floor at that point. I'm thinking, oh crap, he's not even looking at this stuff. And he looks up and he sees the look on my face and he goes, oh, no. I just wanted to see if you could draw or not. You're great, and he did kind of the same thing with Anson. He's like, oh yeah, you guys are both great, So can you come back Monday and do an art test? And we're like, yeah, no problem. And so then it was funny because Anson's brother at the time was actually working at ILM. And we're like, oh, we're so lucky because we're like calling him up. Can we sleep on your living room floor for the weekend? Because we got to be back on Monday for an art test. And he's like, yeah, no problem. Come on over. So at that point, I think, Gary Winnick was at Skywalker Ranch at the time. And there was a small group of people. I think they were all working on some early Nintendo games. So I want to say there was like 8 or 10 people from that group that were still up at the stable house at the ranch, which is where the games group had originally been in the 80s. But then they outgrew the space. So they still were there for that Nintendo group. But then the rest of the division was down in the Canal District in San Rafael in Marin County there. So that was about 20 minutes away from the ranch. That was kind of like the main town near where the Skywalker Ranch was, because the ranch is out in the sticks. So they had a building there in an office park. And so we went down for that art test on Monday. And it's funny because like the art department literally, it was a room the size of the room I'm in right now, like maybe 20 by 20 feet or, 10 by 20, something like that. And it was just a bunch of desks back to back. There's like maybe 8 or 10 people in the room. And it's like, here's the art department. This is what we're doing. And it was a small building. And they set us up with computers. And I had literally never used an art program on a computer. I had never used a computer. I took a basic programming class in college, which I despised. It's like, it was really interesting to me until I pressed the button on my program and it didn't work. And I'm like, wait, you mean I have to painstakingly go through every line of code to figure out what I did wrong? No, I'm not interested in that. Sorry, and I'm rambling. I should probably pause and take a breath and,
Nope,
let you ask me questions. I should not. Okay. Yeah, so it was funny.
So what was your first day at LucasArts like?
So the first day, that was literally, we did the art test, and then I want to say they're just like, all right, you want to do this? And David Fox handed us some contracts, and we're like, yeah, let's sign up. Let's do it. I think it was maybe like a week later or something, 2 weeks later, they said, can you start then? And we're like, oh, yeah, sure, we'll figure it out. So we drove back to Sacramento and we're scrambling. I had to tell our roommates, oh, yeah, by the way, we both got great jobs. We got to move out. So I think, unfortunately, our other roommates didn't have a lot of time to try to line somebody else up. So I think they lost that amazing house. But then Anson and I scrambled and we came down to San Rafael again and found an apartment to rent. I'm trying to remember first day. I want to say they threw us in that big art pit. That's what we called it, the art pit, because it was like 10 people in a small room, with these big CRT monitors zapping each other back to back. I'm sure I have some sort of crazy radiation poisoning from that. Yeah, it was interesting. And of course, then we're in this room. Trying to remember the early. I remember we might have had I know what it was. Sorry, I'm jumping the gun. We had to start with official training, and we got to do our training at the ranch. So that was amazing. So it's like, no, we were not at that office park. We actually spent the first month of the job at the ranch. So, going from being a busboy at a crappy restaurant and barely able to pay the rent to now you work at the ranch, with George, and other celebrities will show up at the dining room and have lunch while you're there, and then after lunch, maybe we'll take a nice walk around the lake, and then,
you moved from one Victorian house to another.
Yeah, exactly. That's true. So, let's see. So both Anson and I were doing our art training. I want to say, and it was a month-long thing. I want to say we got like 2 or 3 weeks into it. And then that's when Peter Chan started. And he literally came straight out of school or pretty close to it. He was, I forget, art. He was at some art college in San Francisco. I can't remember which one it was. But I think they brought him in for a test. I'm like, oh, this guy's amazing. Let's get him in right away. And so Anson and I, though, we were learning D-Paint and Animator, because I think at the time, once they transitioned to 256 colors, a lot of the artists that had already been working there, and this ties into why Gary Winnick was giving us the hard sell, because he was used to pitching to people like Mark Ferrari and Steve Purcell, who are like these phenomenal established artists, cartoonists, comic book artists, whatever. And it's like, can I drag you away from doing that cool stuff to making things with 4-colored bricks here, And so I think a lot of that was, you'll get to be at the ranch and here's all the other fun things we have. Whereas Anson and I were like, we're not that level, we're thrilled to be here. So as we came in to train as with the animation stuff, it was sort of like the people that have been there a while had all transitioned to do the background art, because it's like, well, we need somebody that's a full-on painter and can do that level, because now 256 colors, it's like these are very painterly backgrounds, and those are the guys that could do that kind of thing. And then the new people, they're like, well, we'll get you guys to do the animation because the characters are really simple, and it's like, that's your walk cycle, 2 frames, the character doing that kind of thing. But things started to evolve, and they're like, well, D-Paint was the software that they used for doing the painting. And they're like, and there was another version that was called D-Paint Animator. And so we were learning to use that. And so a lot of it for me, like I had done a stop motion animation project in college, like a claymation kind of thing. And then Anson and I decided to try to do just an animation project for fun while we were roommates one time. And we started off sort of brainstorming, like, what could this be about? And what's the story, and it got really involved. And we're like, yeah, this is taking forever. Why don't we just like start drawing some cartoons and just do it frame by frame? So we ended up literally doing a thing where it's like, you draw a character on the left side of this piece of paper, I'll draw one on the right, and we'll just go page to page and we'll just have something happen. Because we're like, this takes forever, And I'm trying to remember, he did some sort of weird creature. I don't even remember what happened. There's no story. It was just sort of the creature's eyes bug out, and I did some goofy character and his pants fall down or something. It was that kind of level of stupidity. And, we ended up having a stack of typewriter paper, that was like that tall to do the thing, but it still only lasted, like a minute and a half or whatever. I don't know. And it's like, and then we do frame by frame on the old Super 8 movie camera. And then we watched it and we're like, wow, that took forever. And there's a bunch of things that I would do differently and I wish I could fix it, but that's really hard to do. And we came out of that experience going, I hate animation. I don't want to do that at all. And then we get to LucasArts and they're like, you're going to be animating these characters. And I'm like, I had a completely different opinion about it. Wait, you mean I can animate these and you'll pay me good money and I get to work at the ranch? That sounds fantastic. Plus also because it was digital, you had the undo button. That was crazy. You could put your whole thing together and you could play it back. And then you could go, oh, there's this weird hiccup in the middle frame there. And you could just go in and fix it really quick. And it's like, this is a lot more fun having that flexibility. So we were learning to do all that. And then it was, trying to remember, I think the assignment was create a character, do like turnarounds. So you do like front view, side view, 3/4, that kind of thing of this character, and then did some walk animations and some other, like the standard thing that they did for all the characters in the games back then was make me a character that's more like this little puppet character. And then the programmers like Tim Schafer and Dave Grossman would take that and they're like, I wrote a thing and Larry created a character, and now I can just make the character walk around and pick things up or do the little idle animations that he created. So it's sort of like they would just kind of choreograph it. It's like, this is a little character that has this bag of tricks that I can use for stuff. Because that was mostly what we had the time to do. Like, it was very rare that the early games would have some specific animation to a specific scene, or it was like, yeah, we're going to do that, but it's these 10 critical scenes throughout the story. Most of the rest of the time, they just sort of choreograph the character walking around doing stuff. And every once in a while, they'd go, oh, you know what? It'd be really great if the character could throw his hands up in the air because there's a couple of scenes where he needs to get excited and scream or whatever. So, add that in. So that was kind of typical. So the early training was, we're just sort of creating that character with his bag of tricks. So I remember I was a big fan of the Grateful Dead back then. This was like late 80s, early 90s. I guess it was technically 1990. I'd gone to a lot of Grateful Dead shows, and I had super long hair and, crazy hippie character. And so for my animation test, I made a little 256 color Jerry Garcia from the Grateful Dead band. and it was really fun because I made a pixelated tie-dye shirt for him to wear. So I'm like doing all the colored bricks, trying to line up all these, variations of colors to make kind of the rainbow tie-dye looking shirt. And I was having a bunch of fun with that. And then it's like, okay, now I'm going to make him walk. And then he had kind of a big gut on him back in the day. And so I was like trying to figure out, how do I make that stomach bounce up and down like he's got a really big gut. So I was having fun with that. And the people that were working there on the Nintendo games would come look at what Anson and I were doing, and they're laughing at the stuff. I don't remember what Anson made. I'm sure he probably told you, or we can follow up and ask him. Mm-hmm. Anyway, I'm rambling more. You got more questions for me?
So first of all, LucasArts should have approached the Grateful Dead in order to get their approval to create a Grateful Dead adventure game. Sounds like a missed opportunity.
That would have been great. And that reminds me, Aaron Mazalski and, I'm forgetting the other guy. Oh, and I even worked with him at Microsoft. A couple of guys that I think were game testers at the time. They worked on some early 3D projection effects that were actually part of the Grateful Dead tour. And the Grateful Dead had kind of a hit comeback album in the mid-late 80s, and did a big tour then. Anyway, these guys I worked with, I found out they made a bunch of these early 3D graphics stuff that were projected on the screens at the show. I'm like, how cool is that? That's amazing. Yeah, we should have made a game. I think I probably mentioned it to him, like, hey, you know them. How do we get the rights to do this?
Now, I presume that you were trying to play catch-up while you were over there because you haven't played any of the LucasArts games before you started working there. So which games did they ask you to play during your month of training?
I'm trying to remember. I think in general, it's just like, hey, we got a games library here. Start playing some stuff. I mean, obviously, I sat down right away and played Secret of Monkey Island. And it was interesting because as we were doing the training, we got to the end and Gary Winnick was like, well, we got a bunch of stuff going on here, but the two big things we're doing is we're rolling right from Secret of Monkey Island into a sequel. So we need some people for that. And then we're also doing this cool sci-fi game that's based on a concept from Steven Spielberg. It's called The Dig. And we need some people for that. And so we knew there was cool stuff to work on. But I remember at the end of our training month, Gary goes, all right, so which of those two projects are you interested in doing? I can't guarantee that, you'll get on the project of your choice, but let me know what you're interested in. And I'm like, I really, 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 really want to do the Monkey Island sequel. And then I ended up getting assigned to the Dig, but both of us did. And I'm like, oh, okay, but still, I'm like, this is still cool. And
so one thing you should know about me is that I'm obsessed with the Dig, especially when it comes to unreleased material from the first 3 versions of the game. And as luck would have it, even though you didn't want to work on the Dig when you got to LucasArts, they still ask you to work on it. And now I can ask you questions about it.
All right. I didn't hate it. I just loved Monkey Island so much. Monkey Island was so in my wheelhouse that when I heard I got assigned to the Dig, I'm like, oh, that's not the thing I wanted to do. I had a blast working on it. So hit me with your questions.
Well, it's surprising to hear you say that, because most of the people I ask about the Dig don't have nice things to say about it. When I asked David Fox if he worked on anything in this project, he told me that he was relieved that he had nothing to do with the Dig at the time. So,
well, the challenge with that
I hope to get Sean Clark for an interview. And so I'll be able to ask him if he liked the game.
Sure he did. I was going to say the hard part with that project was it went through so many versions. So in hindsight, I think a lot of people look back at that troubled history, and a lot of times, like on subsequent versions, when somebody heard they might get assigned to the Dig, they just got worried, like, I'm getting assigned to a project that may get canceled again. So there was a lot of that going around in the later years. But the early version, coming in as a new employee for the first version of the Dig, it's like, okay, well, it's not a comedy, so that's the main reason I was bummed, because I thought, look, I'm a cartoonist, I do comedic stuff. Something like Monkey Island is the thing that would be perfect for me, but I was still excited about the Dig. And we ended up, both Anson and I ended up doing some animation stuff early on, but they were playing around with trying to rotoscope the characters. And so we ended up doing some filming of people walking on treadmills and crazy stuff like that. And then the work ended up being a lot of cleanup. It's like remove a bunch of frames, like they digitized it. It got pixelated, crazy mess. You had to, clean up the art, remove the frames. So it ended up being more technical stuff than creative. So that was kind of frustrating. But I ended up getting to work with Ken Macklin, who was the lead background artist on the project. And he just did some gorgeous concept paintings of the weird alien world of that first project. And I ended up getting to, and I could not paint to save my life. Like I'm pretty good with color in general when it comes to flat color. Like, so like doing animated characters, like for the Full Throttle or Day of the Tentacle, those kinds of things where the characters aren't rendered and highlighted and that kind of thing. It's like I'm good at picking pleasing colors for that kind of thing, but I'm not good at the painterly thing with fully rendered, amazing lighting and that kind of stuff. But it was so that was Ken's thing, but he was doing all the concept art, and he did some neat paintings of these environments and architectural styles. But then he did a lot of paintings that's just sort of like, here's this big canvas or illustration board. He was working in gouache, I think. And he would just do sort of like, here's a bunch of weird alien plants. And there'd just be like these little vignettes of these cool plants. So he designed all these cool things and, did color versions. So he was kind of doing the concept development of what the alien world was going to be like. But I was excited because I ended up getting to draw a bunch of the background. So it's sort of like he gave me the ammunition, and then I got to, make like, okay, I'm going to use some of those plants, and I'm going to do like a tree version of that plant. I'm going to riff on that idea, and I'm going to try that. And then he did a bunch of these buildings in this architectural style. I'm going to try to do some new buildings that feel like they're in that style. And then, I'm creating these weird abandoned cityscapes. So I had a blast. And the fun thing was, I remember I had to do like a couple of different views of one of these abandoned cities that was on the planet. And
Was it one?
I did like, let's see, what do you got? No, that was actually like a coastal village. That was more these characters. The thing, I think that was the interior of one of the city buildings. Yeah. That was a botanist lab, I believe, was the location for that. And of course, some weird seeds took root in the middle of the building there, but the whole thing was falling apart. But yeah, I ended up doing a city view, sort of an overview, like an establishing shot of the outside of that city where the botany lab was, and figured that out from one angle. But Noah needed a view from a different angle of the same city. And I just remember going, oh, how do I wrap my brain around that? Because it's like, I've established certain buildings and shapes, and now I need to kind of rotate around and do it. And it needs to feel like it's the same place. So I remember coming back from lunch after talking to Ken about that. And he had set up these like folding card tables in the middle of the art room, and just had a bunch of like toilet paper rolls and paper towel rolls and yogurt cups and Kleenex boxes and all these different shapes. And he's like, we're going to build your city, in 3D. And it was cool. So we basically just, because this was before 3D computer graphics stuff. And so it's like, we're kind of building a facsimile of the city that I had created. And then I was able to walk around the other side of it and go, oh, okay, I get it. I was drawing that building in the distance way too big. And the way the shape scales in perspective is different. And, oh, I thought you could see this building from that angle. You can't even see it. I got to come up with some new stuff. So it was just kind of a crazy process. It's like, it feels like caveman days, using our Stone Age tools to figure out stuff.
So you worked on a project for 6 months. Which elements did you work on all this time? Did you work only on backgrounds? And also, what can you tell us about the plot of the game?
Okay, so I remember, like I said, I think early on, I would say maybe about a third of the time I worked on the project, I was doing some of the animation stuff. And there weren't. I want to say that version didn't have a ton of characters either. I mean, the dig isn't full of characters, so there wasn't a ton of stuff to do there. And then I ended up moving, like the last 2/3, I ended up moving on to the art. And so again, it was mostly just doing layouts for backgrounds that other people were going to end up painting. And then I remember at the time, Armin Cabrera, who worked there. I think he worked there as a freelancer. I don't know if he was ever an employee. I think he also ended up at Totally Games working on projects for them. They brought him in because he was a painter. He does like fine art landscape painting now, just gorgeous stuff. But back then he was more of a sci-fi artist. That was kind of his thing. And they're like, oh, we should get Armand in. He can paint Larry's paintings because Ken wasn't going to be able to paint every single background. There was going to be a lot of them. But I remember at the time, I think the issue was like the concept that Noah had was it was going to be a mix of an adventure game and an RPG. So the idea is kind of expand beyond just the puzzles and let's have some things going on where it's like you've got to collect resources. So that was a big part of it, was like, you can't just wander around the alien planet and do whatever you want for hours and hours figuring out how to solve the puzzle. You're going to run out of oxygen or food or whatever. So there was that kind of level happening. But what was tricky was, okay, we can't create an entire open world. So they ended up having these, I forget the term they used for it. It's sort of like generic rooms. I'm sure one of the other people from the old days that you've interviewed probably remember the name. I can't, but it was sort of like there'd be like a core background of the place.
Templates? templates of the rooms?
It's that idea. Yeah, I forget the word they use. Like in the way that cutscene is a term that everybody uses now. That was something I want to say that Ron and the team came up with on Secret of Monkey Island. There was a term they used for the templatized rooms, but it was like that. It was like, okay, we've got like the terrain, scaling off to the horizon. We've got a sky, and then we've got a lot of templatized plants and boulders and things, and some of them were like foreground elements, midground, background, that kind of thing. You put a mountain range in the very distance on the horizon. So there's a lot of these pieces that you could pile in, and you could swap them around. And so the idea was you could have 50 different variations of the barren planet landscape for the character to walk around in, and then they're trying to find. So like some of the I forget, the Secret of Monkey Island, did that have like the maze thing where you're wandering through the woods? A lot of those early games did maze things. So it was a little bit of that kind of vibe where it's like, you got to look at a map, you got to figure out how am I going to get, from the crashed spaceship to this place where there's resources I need. And you end up walking across the screen left to right, and then another barren landscape comes along with a different cactus in it kind of thing, And so that was the idea. I think the problem was ultimately you go 3 or 4 rooms that way and you start to go, okay, I'm getting bored, I think I don't remember if we had a full-on pizza orgy level test of the thing. I want to say it was early days, but definitely the writing was on the wall that a lot of people were sort of playing through early mock-ups and feeling like this whole RPG stuff and walking through all these open rooms is not very exciting. I don't know that.
So there was a playable demo at that point in time?
There was something. I don't know how elaborate it was. And we had a bunch of the art that Ken and I had done for the different room locations all wired up. That was typically what happened pretty early on in the Scum game, was just here's the map, here's the lay of the land, here's how all the rooms connect and how you can navigate through. So it was walkable to go through all that stuff. But I think maybe the feedback they were getting on the gameplay, and I don't know where the story was at. Like, again, it always was that core concept of abandoned alien civilization, and how do you discover, the secrets of that civilization. So not a lot of things to look at other than ruins, not a lot of people to talk to. I don't know. That's a problem that I have with all 3 versions of the Dig, honestly, because I love interesting and entertaining characters that you can talk to. So, but I get that, the idea of Treasure of Sierra Madre vibe, where people are supposed to be working together and end up at each other's throats, is compelling. Not a lot of jokes in there, though, so I tend to like the comedy stuff.
People keep saying that the Dig is too serious, and they keep saying, like you did, that there aren't that many jokes. But, the game is not funny. The game is very sarcastic, because Boston Lowe is a sarcastic character.
Okay.
And that's somewhat funny.
Yeah, no, and to your point, I will admit I don't know that I ever played the final released version of the game. I think that I probably went to the Pizza Orgy and played about half of it. And it's hard. I mean, some people that I will admit, I'm not a huge game player in general. Like I said, I loved working on them. The thing that I could not for the life of me understand, like an example I can think of is Mike Stemley. We'd make games all day long, and then he was like a huge SimCity Sims fan. Like, he ended up making Afterlife, which was kind of a sim game. I think the only sim game we made at the time of that type of world sim kind of thing. Did flight simulators, obviously, but I just remember he'd be working on his games all day, and then if I was working late on something for a project, I'd see him, playing SimCity or The Sims or something, and I just think, I don't understand the appeal of this game, because it's like you can make your house and have your characters in it and make them do stuff, and I'm like, that sounds like what we do for a living, building games, except they're putting all these guardrails on your ability to do what I would like to do with it. Why I don't understand why that's fun. So, I mean, there's certainly other times I would be working late on something and I'd go, I need a break. And I'd go into the conference room with the 20-foot screen and I'd shoot some X-Wings down, because they always had a copy of TIE Fighter and X-Wing up there. And I loved playing that for a break. But I wasn't an obsessive person that would be off evenings and weekends playing games a lot. I just kind of dabbled in it. So apologies to all the Dig crew, and they're dear friends of mine, but I probably never played it start to finish.
Well, first of all, we have to rectify that situation. So consider this my official invitation for you to join us in a live stream in which we'll play the Dig from beginning to end. And you'll finally see what it's all about.
Well, thank you. I'll have to think about that. How long is that game? We made some pretty long games back in the day. Was that a shorter,
I think
Full Throttle length game or a longer game?
Well, since, like you said, there aren't that many characters, then there aren't that many dialogues, and most of the gameplay revolves around various very obscure puzzles. But once you know how to solve all of them, the game is pretty short. So if you can join us for a 2 or 3 hour live stream, we can finish the game, and it will be a historical event given the fact that you're credited on the game, but you never played it.
That's true. Okay, I feel terrible. You're guilting me into it. I'll have to think about it. It sounds compelling, though. All right. What else do you want to know?
Bill Tiller mentioned that in his job interview, he rotoscoped a video of Bride Moriarty walking on a treadmill for the Dig. So was there a lot of rotoscoping used in the version of the game you worked on?
Yeah, and I'm trying to think. I didn't remember. Oh, yeah. All right. I want to say that the Bride Moriarty version that Bill worked on, the rotoscoping was more to get the fluid motion, but I want to say like they heavily drew over it to make it more stylized, flat color, so that it did look like a realistically moving animated character. Whereas the first version that I worked on, Noah's version, we actually were trying to get more photoreal with the characters, which I don't know that it worked, but it's like we were doing video and we're like, whoa, we put some strong lighting, took everybody's desk lights over on one side and shined them on the poor person that was walking on the treadmill. I'm trying to remember. I want to say that Sean Clark might have been one of the people in Noah's early version, because Sean was a programmer on the early version, Noah's version. I don't know if he worked on Brian's. But I want to say he was one of the people we filmed. It was him and Lucy Bradshaw were the male and female characters. And I think we put like a backpack on them or some weird thing. And it's like, okay, get on the treadmill and we're going to film you. Put some directional lighting so they would have a highlight and shadow. And we were just sort of cleaning up like the weird stray pixels that would kind of boil and move around. But we kept it a little bit more photoreal in terms of the style. It was not flat color. I don't know how well it worked. And Ken Macklin's backgrounds were not photorealistic, but they were, they were rendered. They had lighting and shadow and that kind of thing, but they were more stylized illustration. So I'm not sure how great it worked, but that was kind of the direction that was going. Yeah, it's funny. Bill, and it's interesting because you look at Bill's history, and it's like he came in from Cal Arts, and he was an animator there, and he did an animation test for us. I remember he did a dragon. It's like this goofy cartoon dragon sitting by a tree or something like that. I remember looking at that he did just like in a day there, and I'm like, this is amazing. We got to hire this guy. And then, of course, they throw him onto rotoscoping, and, his reaction was similar to mine being put on the day. It's like, I want to do cool stuff, not technical cleanup stuff. but then it's funny because I remember as he was transitioning into wanting to be a background artist, I remember going, does Bill do that? Does he know how to do that? And it was kind of stuff that he was dabbling on after a while of doing animation. Like, I want to show people that I can do this, you know? So he was working on stuff like that on the side. And I honestly don't know how much of that he had already worked on at college or on his own time, or if he was just getting into it while he was at LucasArts, doing it on the side because he wanted to get out of the trenches of doing rotoscoped animation that wasn't exciting to him. I mean, it's the same thing. Like my animation background was so limited, but because what we could do in games at the time was also pretty limited, it didn't take much for me to get up to speed on how to do it. And then, you know, we were always sort of chomping at the bit, like, I want to do more cool stuff. And it wasn't necessarily, I want to do more cool stuff that I already know how to do. It was more like, I'm kind of bored with this one thing that you're telling me to do on the game. Can I try to do more with it? You know? So Bill may have been doing that with the background art stuff. I know I was doing that with animation, just trying to learn how to do, you know, more and more stuff with the characters. So that's what was exciting. It's funny because I mentioned earlier that I thought maybe I would need to go to grad school because the art education that I got at Davis wasn't really what I wanted to do. And I had considered maybe I need to go to CalArts or Art Center. And then when I looked at how much it cost, I'm like, I can't afford that. Forget that, you know? And then I ended up getting the job at LucasArts. And then it's like, oh, this is better than going to grad school because it was so much of the stuff we were doing was very experimental. And I was working with, like I said, people like Mark Ferrari and Steve Purcell and whatever. They were so good. They became mentors. So, and then even just my peers where we're all just going, hey, I tried a thing. What do you think? And they're like, that's cool. Did you try doing this with it? I'm like, I didn't know that we could do that, you know, because all these new programs coming out, new tech, crazy things like, I'm sure you probably, did you interview Mark Ferrari yet?
I did.
Yeah, all the color cycling stuff that they were doing back then. It's like, oh my God, this is crazy. I never really did anything with that because I wasn't doing backgrounds and we didn't really do it on characters. I don't think it ever showed up in characters, but I remember Bill Eakin working on Fate of Atlantis, an Indiana Jones game, and he was always doing a million color cycling things. I think he was learning stuff from Mark and vice versa. So there's always interesting stuff like that going on around the studio that you're just like, wow, how'd they figure that out?
I was about to tell you that some of the backgrounds you've worked on look very similar to the ones that made it into the final game. But, and I was about to ask you if you were pleased with how they turned out, but since you haven't played the game, I can't ask you that. So consider this an additional official invitation to play the game.
Okay. Yeah, I know there were different elements that carried over between the multiple versions of the dig. So I didn't know. Trying to remember, Bill Eakin was the background artist on the final, or no, Bill Tiller ended up doing it. Bill Eakin did Brian Moriarty's version. I can't keep it all straight, but I know there was a lot of things where
it was
it's like
Bill Tiller, but the botanical lab is very similar to the library in the game.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I'm sure. Like I've seen all these images because I worked side by side with these people for years as they were working on the projects. So it's not like you're going to show up in a location in the release version of the game and I'm go, oh, I've never seen this before.
And so after the dig, you moved on to Monkey Island 2.
Finally.
What did finally? What did your day-to-day work look like when you were working on the game? Did you get daily lists of animations you needed to work on, or did you get an overview of the game and you just work on what seemed appropriate for the plot?
It was interesting because, like I said, the early days, a lot of the work was like, give me this character that had a bag of versatile animations that he could do, walk, talk, reach high, medium, and low, because you pick up things in different places in the environments, and then the holy grail was, I'm working on a character that has special case animations. Because that, like, it had that term that we use, because it's like, this is an animation that is only used in this one special case. When Guybrush picks up the guitar, he plays it for a minute and says, and the string breaks or whatever, did we ever do that? I don't know. We should have. It'd be that kind of thing where you get excited, like, you get to work on that kind of thing. But most of it was just sort of like generic stuff. So, it was because, the writers / designers / programmers just sort of said, give me the character that has all the stuff you can do, and I will put them in. And they just sort of made their little puppet show out of it, but we started, adding more and more special case animations as we went. But like, I remember at the time the dig got canceled, I was bummed, but then they're like, well, they're going to need a bunch of help on Monkey Island 2. And I'm like, oh, that's not bad. I'll end up on the game that I wanted to be on. And Dave Grossman was a programmer on Noah's version of the dig. And so Dave and I worked on a bunch of stuff together. So I knew him pretty well. And of course, he had worked on Secret of Monkey Island. So when the dig got canceled, they're like, bring Dave back on to Second Monkey. So it's like, oh, it's fun. I'll get to work with Dave some more. But I remember at the time, Ron wanted to test me to work on Monkey 2. And so now that I'm thinking about it, I wonder if that meant that I didn't pass the test previously when I got assigned to the dig. Like, did he see my Jerry Garcia thing and think, nah, this guy's wrong for the project? I don't know. So the first thing I got to work on is he goes, okay, we got this jail scene and we're going to do the whole gag like from Pirates of the Caribbean where the dog has the keys in his mouth and Guybrush is just trying to get the dog to come over and get the keys from him. And so we need a dog. I think maybe Steve Purcell had already designed the dog sitting there with the keys or something. And so Ron goes, okay, well, we need the dog to be able to walk and drop the keys and do a bunch of stuff. Why don't you see if you can do that? So we had the Edward Maybridge photo reference book of, I forget what it's called. It's like the sequential photographs. Like he took, eighth of a second photos of horses galloping and running and animals walking and people walking and that kind of thing. So it was sort of like, oh, you can break down and see how animals, four-legged animals, move frame by frame. And of course, his photo reference had way more frames than we could do in those games. So it's like, I just need to kind of see the extremes of how a dog's legs work. So I did that, and it was fun figuring that out. And I think I had the dog drop the keys at the end. Like he walks across the room, then he sits, then he drops the keys. And I remember I did like all this pixelated slobber, like the dog, he drops the keys and then there's all the blah that comes out of his mouth. And Ron chuckled at that. So, and he's like, oh, this is great. Okay. And I don't know if there was ever an official, you got the job, it was just like, here's another thing for you. And then I think, I don't know if Colette Michaud was running the art department at that point, or if she hadn't been hired yet. Maybe it was still Gary. But anyway, somebody told me I got on the project. And so I was excited at that point. I think then they gave me the design / story document. I got to kind of see what it was about. But, it's interesting. It's sort of the design documents kind of had the story overview in it, because the puzzles would be related to story beats, things that were going to be happening. But there was no specific document that sort of said, here's the entire intro scene written out with dialogue from all the characters. They would just write that when it came time to make the intro scene. So it was sort of like, we knew there will be an intro and it's going to set up with the character in this situation and he's going to talk to these other two characters and this happens. And that's about all there was. And so it'd be the same thing with the scenes that you'd be working on. A lot of times they'd go, well, we've got, I think Steve Purcell had already done all the basic animations for the main characters because they're like, we need the bag of tricks for a Guybrush and LeChuck, and they had changed the designs between the two games. So he had done that, but there was like some secondary or tertiary characters that needed to be done. And so a lot of them needed walking animations, or they needed, this character needs to grab this one thing and the regular reach animation doesn't work. So we'll have you do that. I think I only did one original character in Monkey Island 2. I forget the character's name. He was the guy that would fire the cannon. I don't even remember which island it's on. He fires a cannon. I don't know if it's a warning thing or if it's sort of like the town crier thing, like the cannon goes off to tell you what time it was. I forget what the deal was, but he was firing this cannon a lot, and he was some old guy. So he
was
had
supposed to fire the cannon so that the guys at the spitting contest would look the other way, and then you'll be able to cheat your way through winning because you'll move the flags.
That was the puzzle purpose of the guy. So anyway, he was this old deaf guy because he fired the cannon too much. So he had like one of those horns that he would put up to his ear so he could hear. I got to design that character because he didn't exist and Steve hadn't done him yet. So he was some old guy. I think he had this big droopy mustache. So that was the first character design that I did at LucasArts. And I don't know that I guess he had a walk cycle, I think. He just walks into the room and then he holds the horn up to his ear. And then I think maybe he talked, but the talking was probably just 2 frames because his mouth, I think, was hidden by his mustache anyway. So there's just kind of the jaw going up and down and the mustache flapping in the wind. There wasn't a lot. So that was one of the characters I did. I don't know if that was one of the first ones. The dog was the first thing I did because that was a test. He might have come along later. I think basically what happened was Ron just started feeding me a lot of extra Guybrush animations because he's like, oh, we keep running into these situations where in this scene, this needs to happen. And they were starting to want to do some special case stuff. Like I said, it's like, okay, you can make the reach, high, medium, and low match up to things in the room pretty well. But then occasionally there'd be something where it's like, the chandelier is going to fall on his head and we got to have him, flattened by it or whatever. Not that that's in the game either, but I'm not able to think of any specific examples. So in the special edition that we, edited, the version we edited it out, the chandelier falls on his head and people are going to be trying to look in the code and find the chandelier scene that was commented out that doesn't exist. Sorry, I can't remember. But stuff like that would come along. He'd go, oh, the chandelier thing.
You got the fishing rod, you got the monkey wrench puzzle. Did you do any of those?
Yeah, I did. I didn't do the fishing rod one. Isn't that the one where it's more of a close up? I think that was Mike McLaughlin did that. That was sort of weird with, and I remember at the time.
There's one puzzle in which you need to use the fishing rod to get the map piece.
Yeah.
So you get it from the cliff.
And right. I remember that. Okay. I'm thinking of the one with the little kid where you steal. Is that where you steal the fishing rod from the kid? There's a scene where you're on the dock and it's...
Yeah, there's a scene on the dock where you have a close-up of them both. And there you have to prove that you make a bet and you win the fishing rod eventually.
Yeah. So I remember, and not to say anything insulting about anybody's work on the project, but I do remember at the time being frustrated at scenes like that and going, okay, that's a fun scene. There's nothing wrong with the scene, except the way the characters look in that scene doesn't match the way they look in the extreme close-ups, and it doesn't match the way they look with the little version. So it's like, I was already kind of chomping at the bit to have some consistency. The term we use.
I was going to ask you about that. Can you give an example of some of these inconsistencies in addition to the close-up one, which was pretty apparent?
Yeah, like there's a guard. The scene. I think it's the room. I can't remember if it's the jail. It's the one with the. I don't know what that was. Is it like it's a secret room where you have to do the puzzle where you're holding up the different fingers? The guy is looking through the little hole in the door, and you have to figure out the code or whatever. I I don't know if it's from, anyway, a guard comes out of that, and he's got like one of those Spanish metal helmets. And I just remember looking at that, and I'm like, this character doesn't look like any of the other characters in Monkey 2. So that was like when I did the guy with the horn, I tried to make it look stylistically like the way Steve designed LeChuck and Guybrush, because that's the look of the game. So I was sort of frustrated. There were a handful of characters in the second game that I think don't stylistically match, or some scenes where Guybrush is closer up. And then the term we would use is he's not on model. He's not matching the look that he has elsewhere in the game. So that was something that I kind of wanted to fix. When I ended up going on to Day of the Tentacle, I was very aware of that, to try to make sure that other people who are animating the character, you need to make sure it continues to look like the character, or people that are doing additional character designs, that it matches the style so that the world has a consistent look. So that was kind of a thing I was looking at a lot. But like starting out to say, a lot of the early animations, I think, were just different Guybrush scenes that Ron just kept coming in and going, here's a list of things we need. And it's funny because decades now of doing interviews like this, I've brought this up before. It's like, one of these days I should bump into Ron and talk to him. I feel bad because it's like, I always complain, like, he would just give me this damn list, and it would be Guybrush, tugs on his ear. Guybrush does this, Guybrush does that. And I'm sure he was busy because he's trying to, design, write, program, and so he probably just thought, I don't have time for this. Here's your list. But my reaction was like, what the heck am I supposed to do with this? Like, I had no context for any of it. The good thing, though, was then I just realized, I think a little bit, Ron intimidated me too, because he's Grumpy Gamer, and not to disparage him in any way. He's a lovely human being, but he does initially come across as don't talk to me. And not that he ever literally said don't talk to me, but his vibe that he puts out is a little bit don't talk to me. But since I already knew Dave and from working on the earlier Dig, and he was sharing an office with Tim, I would get up with Ron's list and I would go to their office and I would go, Ron gave me this list and I don't understand what I'm supposed to do with this. Like, great, I can have Guybrush do the thing on the list, but it would be a lot better if somebody told me what the hell is happening in the scene when Guybrush does this thing. And they would go, oh yeah, that thing, that's where Guybrush is going to do this. And I'm like, oh, okay, that sounds fun. Wouldn't it be cooler if he slipped on a banana peel and that's how he ended up at the bottom of the trench, And they're like, oh yeah, that's even funnier. Do that. And I'm like, except Ron told me to do this. And he's like, oh, don't worry. We'll tell him we got a better idea, So there was a bunch of that stuff. I just ended up starting to go to them like, tell me what this is all about. And they'd explain it. And then I'd go, can I do this? And they'd go, yeah, do that. That's cool. That's fun. And then after a while, it was just like later games, I would just go, because it's funny, early on, it's like I wanted to know what I was supposed to do. And then later on, I actually liked that freedom. Like, because working on the Day of the Tentacle project later, Ron or Tim and Dave would just give me the list and they're like, this is the puzzle. This is what needs to happen. Go ahead and figure out what the animation is for it. And I'm like, oh, this is great, because what that ended up letting me do was I just got to write visual gags. It's like, oh, okay, this is what needs to happen in this scene. The character needs at the end of the scene to have this item to go solve a puzzle somewhere else. And then I just got to go, oh, all right, he's going to slip on a banana peel and that's how he ends up there. Or he's going to do this funny joke or whatever. So then that's kind of how we did a lot of the animation going forward was, here's the scene, here's the goals that need to be accomplished by the end of the scene. And then you'd spend a couple hours, half a day, whatever, doing a rough version. And sometimes it's like, oh, I didn't have a great idea for this. I tried a couple of things, and then they'd always come over a couple of times a day and go, what do you got? What's the latest thing you're working on? I'm like, I got 2 or 3 ideas for this puzzle, and they'd just be totally rough, or maybe you just have a keyframe and the character would be in one pose, then pop to another, then end up, flat on their ass with the chandelier on their head or whatever your idea was. And they'd go, oh, not that one. Oh, that second one. That's fun. Maybe try that. Sometimes we brainstorm how it could be funnier. Sometimes you just get an idea and go, oh, this one's going to be fun. I know they'll love it. So that's kind of the process we did. So I kind of figured out more of that process working with them on Monkey 2. And I'm assuming they smoothed it over with Ron, because it's not like Ron came in and started telling me, don't do that anymore. Stop that. He didn't say that. He was like, yeah, it's looking great. Everything's great. So I guess I was fine.
So that's the way you resolve these conflicting perspectives?
Yeah.
Because it seemed that you aimed to shift towards a more slapstick-based approach, whereas Ron preferred a slightly more grounded and serious tone, especially with Monkey 2. And so you just went to Dave and Tim and convinced them that it's the right idea, and then you'd hope that Ron would approve eventually or not notice that it's in the game.
No. I mean, he knew every little detail, so you're not going to pull anything over on him. I mean, as I started getting more comfortable with the process and it was all working fine, then I started pitching things directly to Ron later in Monkey 2. But it's funny because I was obviously chomping at the bit to just do some silly stuff. So like sometimes I was bored, so I remember doing the animation of Guybrush stepping on the rake and it hits him in the face. And we talked about it. So I did the version we talked about, because that's already a pretty comedic, that's pretty broad. But of course I'm playing around, and I don't know if I didn't have my next assignment or, there's a certain amount of waiting around. Like, I'm supposed to meet with Ron and, he's a little late or it's coming, half an hour. So it's like, while I'm waiting, I'm kind of tweaking the animation a little, and it's like, yeah, it's looking pretty good. So then I do a version of it where all of Guybrush's teeth fall out from the rake hitting him. I was like, oh, okay. And I don't think that version's in the game. Correct me if I'm wrong, but
well, let me blow your mind. The version of that animation with Guybrush's teeth falling out is in the final game.
It is. I can't even remember. Okay. I want to say I was asked not to do that version, or I was told to just do a rake in the face, and then I ended up doing the teeth thing. But I had a lot of stuff like that I started playing around with. I can't remember. Like, I just for fun, I ended up doing a thing with an anvil falling on Guybrush's head and squashing him flat, like one of those old Looney Tunes thing where he's literally accordion flat and then does an accordion thing, when he comes back out of it. So it's like Wile E. Coyote Roadrunner level stupidity. And I think that, again, was me waiting around like, oh, I got some time to kill before, he's going to come over and look at it. And I'm like, hey, what if we do something like that? And he's like, no, that's too far. And I kind of knew it was too far, but I was wanting to do something like that at some point. So when we finally were talking about Day of the Tentacle and we started brainstorming with Dave and Tim and Peter and me, and we were like, well, what if we push it and really make it more like a Looney Tunes thing? Then I just got really excited. Like, okay, I'm going to make these characters with bigger heads. You can see the whites of their eyes. They're more expressive. We can do, exploding cigars and anvils dropping on people's heads. My dream project. So,
you're obsessed with anvils and chandeliers. That's what I noticed from the conversation so far. And so something I like to ask former LucasArts employees is whether or not they were Star Wars fans when they joined the company. Well,
yes.
Were you?
Yes, definitely. And it's funny though. And I went on to work at Disney and worked on some. I worked at Imagineering in the theme park group more recently in my career, and it's funny because I ended up working on the Star Wars Land project, and of course, people then can look at my resume and it's like, oh, he worked at Lucasfilm, LucasArts, games for a decade, a place that put out lots of Star Wars games, so it's like, I never told anybody officially that I worked on Star Wars games, but I let people assume things if it might help, with the project. So I ended up working on a bunch of Star Wars stuff at Disney, but
before you worked on the Star Wars project at Disney, luckily for you, you joined LucasArts around the same time they regained their license to create Star Wars games. You got to work on one of the first ones, which was Super Star Wars.
Yeah.
What can you tell us about
it was
that
fun.
project?
It was I want to say, I think it might have been Atari. They licensed it to Atari, and they had, the life of that license was for a while, so they couldn't do anything with it. But the Super Star Wars project, it was an innovative thing at the time where they were figuring out how to take these pieces of tiled art and put it into perspective. So they were able to do the Death Star trench run kind of thing where you're flying over the surface of the Death Star by sort of scaling these tiles in perspective and making it feel like you're shooting across the surface of the Death Star. So I ended up, I think I was in between projects. I don't know if it was before starting Day of the Tentacle or after Day of the Tentacle and before Full Throttle. I forget the time frame, but it was kind of one of those things like, occasionally in between projects, you're waiting around for a while so other projects will steal you to do stuff. So I got stolen for a week or two or something like that. And I ended up doing a bunch of Death Star tiles, figuring out what the different grids of detail looked like on the surface of the Death Star. And then I did the most time consuming thing I did was a huge Millennium Falcon. Like I did the top down view of the Millennium Falcon, because what they did was they took that art and then they scaled it in perspective and then they rotated it for the scene where you were manning the guns in the Millennium Falcon so that you could spin around and you'd see the surface of the Falcon ship in front of you as you were shooting those guns. So I spent a bunch of time just doing a pixelated color version of that. And that was a blast. But I was a huge Star Wars fan. I remember, I think I was 12 or 13 when I saw the first movie. It came out, I think it came out on my birthday, May 25th, I want to say is the release date, if I'm remembering correctly. I didn't go see it. I remember seeing the ads for it going, that looks really cool. I didn't get around to seeing it until like August. And my grandparents lived in Lake Tahoe. I was up there in Lake Tahoe, and a friend of mine was actually that actor roommate of mine that I mentioned at the Victorian house. This was back in junior high, I guess. I invited him to come up for this was in the middle of summer, August, like I said, come up and stay up in the mountains at Lake Tahoe at my grandma's house. And then we decided, we got to go see Star Wars. We hadn't seen that yet. And it was a rinky-dink little movie theater in South Lake Tahoe. It was just a one-screen theater, cinder block building, ugliest, tiny little crappy movie theater ever. And Star Wars is playing. And like I said, it's crappy theater, and 4 months after it had been released, there weren't that many people in there. It wasn't totally empty, but and again, it was like a matinee during the middle of the week, so you're not going to get a lot of people anyway. I remember going to see it, and we were just freaking out about how cool it was, and then just all excited like stupid 12-year-old boys get, and then going back to my grandma's house and going out in the little outboard motorboat that they had out into the middle of the lake, because then the boat also had oars with the oar locks. And so like we took the boat out into the middle of the lake, and then we turned off the engine. We sat there floating, and then we put the oars in the oar locks, because then you could rotate them around. And we were sitting on the seat in the middle of the boat back to back, like we were in the guns and the Millennium Falcon. And we're like taking the oars like, boom, 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 boom. Oh, I got TIE fighters on my left flank. Look out. Oh, so just being idiots. So
I thought you used the oars as lightsabers.
No, we didn't do that. Although, again, talking about radiation poisoning that may kill me, I remember it was some condemned building in the small town I lived in ended up getting in there, there was a door that was just left open, and finding a bunch of neon light tubes. And me and my friends would make these crazy Super 8 movies, and we're like, oh, we got to do like a Star Wars thing. So we ended up having a lightsaber fight with these neon light tubes, which is like full of poisonous neon powder gas, whatever the heck's in there. Really dumb idea. But yeah, so I was a Star Wars fan. I think long story long is the answer there. But ironically, when I got to LucasArts, and then, they're doing Secret of Monkey Island and stuff like that, I was like, no, I don't need to work on any Star Wars stuff. Thank you. This is cool. I wanted to do the comedy stuff, and I was interested in trying to come up with original things. So then when we went on after Day of the Tentacle to work on Full Throttle, it's like, oh, this is something new. This is fun.
Moving on to Day of the Tentacle, after experiencing inconsistency with the art style in Monkey 2, like you mentioned, you wanted Day of the Tentacle to have a more uniform art style. Now, you handled the character design, but how did you make sure everything else was consistent this time around?
Yeah, a lot of the process coming up with the look, Peter Chan and I, kind of worked together on that, trying to figure out, what's the right look for the environments with these characters, vice versa, sort of tuning the both of them, trying to figure out how to make sure that the characters stood out on top of the backgrounds. Because a lot of times what gets tricky, especially with those old games that were pixelated, is you'd end up having characters walking around in the environments, and you'd kind of see this pixel noise, and they disappear, if the environment's dark and the character's dark. So trying to figure out that look, that was a big part of the design initially. And then want to say, part of the consistency too was we just didn't have a heck of a lot of people working on the project. Like, I think because of how huge Monkey Island 2 was, Ron got in over his head and realized we need a whole bunch more artists, to come onto the project late to be able to finish everything we had planned. Day of the Tentacle isn't that small, but I'm sure it's smaller than Monkey 2. But so part of the solution was I just designed most of the characters. I know Layla Dowling ended up doing some characters. She was really great with animals. Like she did the cat in there, a couple of things like that. I forget. She did, I forget what else. Anyway, I want to say she did 4 or 5 secondary characters in there. But she's a phenomenal artist and cartoonist. I love her stuff. And she just kind of did what I did on Monkey 2, which is look at the style that was established, by me when I designed the original characters, and just try to keep in that lane. And then, again, the other thing you deal with is trying to make sure that the characters stay on model or stay looking like the characters. It's easier to do that when you're working with the smaller characters that wander around in the scenes. It gets a little harder if you end up doing close-ups, because you're kind of having to figure out, well, is there more detail on this character's face in a close-up? How does that nose look when it's not one pixel dot, So we kind of run into issues with that. There weren't as many close-ups in Day of the Tentacle, I think, as some of the later games. And I did a few of them. Kyle Balda did a couple of them. He did a bunch of the Dr. Fred ones where he's in that fisheye lens view opening the safe. Mm-hmm. So that's sort of got a weird warped, fisheye look anyway. So you can kind of get away with inconsistencies. But now,
speaking of Kyle Balda, he worked on the intro. Do you feel that the intro is consistent with the art style?
Oh yeah, definitely. That was a case of he had more room to play with that, like to just really squash and stretch things and get crazy with it, which was stuff we wanted to do. It was harder to do that in the smaller animations. So I would say that the intro that he did was sort of the wish fulfillment that we had. Like if you think about a lot of times, the beginning of a movie or a show or whatever, that opening scene is all about setting the tone. So even though we weren't necessarily able to stay with that crazy, stretchy style throughout everywhere. I think it set a tone that was fun. And there are occasional scenes that happen later where we kind of lean into that. But yeah, definitely that was sort of what we had envisioned for the flavor of the game. So I love that whole scene.
So this is the first sequel you worked on in which the art style differed significantly from the original. Did you find it frightening or liberating to work on something that had already an established art style?
It's interesting because it didn't worry me one bit. And I chalk it up to the naivety of...
Wait till we get to Curse.
Yeah, exactly.
I have the same question over there.
I know. I chalk it up to the naivete of youth, and also because I had no concept of the industry or who the audience was or what their opinions were. Like I said, I played Pac-Man, and then they showed me Secret of Monkey Island, and I said, that looks cool. I had never played a game. I think the first game after I got hired that I played, I got hired right around Thanksgiving of 1990. And then over Christmas break, I remember being back home with my family, and another friend that I grew up with was telling me, we're hanging out over Christmas break, and he's telling me, oh, you know what? I think my dad has a couple of computer games. And then I go over to his house, and his dad was an engineer and had a computer. And he's like, oh yeah, he's got this game, Leisure Suit Larry. So we ended up playing. So that was literally, other than seeing a demo of Secret of Monkey Island in my job interview, I think the first game I actually played after that was Leisure Suit Larry. And I think we got all the way through the whole game because I had nothing else to do. I'm like, well, I'd better take a look at some of these things. But for the life of me, I can't remember which one it was. And so, yeah, that was crazy. But that's all I knew about the industry. And some of the industry is changing so fast, that you're kind of looking at your competition, and it's like, oh, well, those guys came out 2 weeks ago, and that looks like crap compared to what we can do now. That was the way it worked back then. So a little bit of that, a little bit of not knowing what was out there really to be worried, and a little bit of being young and stupid and just going, I'm excited about doing this. Can we do this? And nobody told us no. So we're like, and the whole team was that way. We're just like, we don't know any better. We got what we think is a good idea. Why don't we do it? And then you start to put it together, and then you show the adults in charge, and they go, yeah, that's kind of cool, and nobody in charge told us no. So we're like, all right, then we're doing it, and again, I remember playing through Maniac Mansion, and it was again like, okay, well, that's what they could do with the art back then. We can do a lot more, we can change it. We got more colors. We can do more with animation. So let's do it. So I think at the time also, like I said, that was sort of the renaissance again of Disney animation. There was, I think that was around the time the Ren and Stimpy show came out. Like there was a lot of cool things happening with animation. The Spike and Mike Film Festival, the animation festivals. There was a lot of cool things happening with animation. So I think we were just sort of caught up in that excitement, just going, we need to be pushing things that direction. That's what we wanted to do, So no, I wasn't worried at all.
Now, originally the game was supposed to have character selection, like in the original, but that was scrapped, and you reworked some of the characters into new characters. Like Chester was reworked as Ned and Jed, and Razor was reworked as Betsy Ross.
Yeah.
Was this done due to time constraints?
No, it was more, well, nobody officially said that. I think some of it is sort of like, as you design characters for a project, a lot of what you try to do is just come up with distinctive looks for each character, so you don't end up kind of going, oh, well, these characters all kind of have a similar silhouette. So when you look at them, they look too much the same. You're always trying to kind of come up with a different style so that they're unique and interesting. So there's a little bit of that. So I think having designed some characters, then when they don't get put to use, and then you're like, I got to move on to a secondary character or something else. It's like, well, am I going to start all over again? Or am I going to, go, I kind of liked what I had going on this other thing. Maybe I'll use that. And then another part of it was that we were also trying to have a nod to the idea that characters were similar through time. I don't know if it's ever overtly mentioned, but I reuse the same character designs for characters in the different time periods. Like in the future, I don't think you see humans except at the beauty pageant. And then the Edisons, everybody else is tentacles. But basically the idea was, I forget, like I think the George, I forget who matches up. Like George Washington, the basic character design of him, I think, was the guy, the bandit with the crowbar breaking into the car. I forget. We ended up just reusing, sort of like the idea being like, the great grandson of George Washington is now a thief breaking into the car of Dr. Fred's house or whatever. That was sort of the joke. Like I said, I can't remember if it was ever explicitly mentioned or if we just thought this will be a fun Easter egg inside joke that, if people notice it, because some of the characters are more obviously the same character. And I think that guy, it's like, he's got the same eyes and face shape and whatever, but, he's wearing a mask and, George Washington has the George Washington wig. So maybe that's not as obvious. And I hope I'm remembering correctly that those are the two characters that are connected. There's a bunch that are done that way. So obviously, like now I'm remembering another one. Ben Franklin is the same guy as the novelty salesman with the exploding cigars. That one's really obvious. So we did that kind of thing where it's like, okay, great.
You mentioned it, you're right.
Yeah. So that was just sort of a fun thing to keep that going. And then, so I may have already been thinking that way. And then when the other characters got cut, it's like, oh, all right, well, I'm already repurposing characters for other things. Maybe we'll just reuse this if I got a design I like. And it might have been that I was just super busy too. Like we were already off and running doing animation, and then you get a secondary character that you have to design. I'm like, all right, I don't want to spend too long on this. I've already got a design that I liked. I'll just use that.
Now, Day of the Tentacle contains a lot of slapstick humor and elaborate character animations that we hadn't seen in previous LucasArts games. Were this made possible by the advancements in the SCUM system, or it was just the first game where it felt right to take it to the extreme in terms of animation?
Trying to think, I know like Monkey 2 had some cool scenes like the rapscallion reanimated thing, in the coffin. There was some cool stuff where they were trying to push things there. But I remember like that one was fully rendered. So that one was like crazy, the amount of, data they were pushing around on the screen to make that animation work. So there was a little bit of pushing the envelope with the technology that previous projects had done before Day of the Tentacle. So we were kind of hearing on the from those groups like, well, this is what we're able to do. This is where it became problematic. So I think I mentioned before, like they kind of gave us a rule of thumb, like it's essentially X% of the pixels on the screen at any one time can be changing. When it gets beyond this amount, then it starts to freeze up or things start to tear and it gets weird. So there was sort of a ballpark rule set that we heard on things. But I think there were advancements happening along the way as well. So I forget. So it sort of got into this territory of we knew we wanted to do some close-up shots of characters, and worst case scenario, they might just be done in like the Ren and Stimpy style. If you've ever watched Ren and Stimpy, they'll do the crazy, goofy, flat character thing, and then they'll cut to a close-up of Stimpy's nose, and there's like a bandage on it and boogers hanging out. And it's like this crazy detailed painted thing. And so we were kind of thinking, well, we might be able to just, if we can't animate those things, then we'll just do a funny gag. Like the close up just has the character, with a crazy expression, and that'll be funny in and of itself. But ideally, if we can animate it, that's what we want to do. So I think one of the early ones I did was the screaming Edisons with the tongues. So their mouths are totally stretched and the eyes are bugged out and the tongues are flailing. And the way I drew that, we're like, if this can't animate at all, it's still funny to have that. So that was sort of the thing we were playing with. And then I just spent a bunch of time trying to figure out how much can this animate. So like the tongues were sort of wavy like that. And I just figured out they could kind of do a rolling thing. It was 2 or 3 frames. But so the tongue wasn't like here and then all the way up here in the frame. It was still sort of all in one place. So the amount of pixels in that area that were changing wasn't as drastic as if it flapped all the way across the whole screen. So that was sort of the idea with that is if I do that, the eyes bugging were just kind of in this space and the tongue wagging was in this space. And the faces sort of moved too, and the hair and whatever, but it wasn't like a character going all the way across the whole screen. So that's kind of.
And you also had the text.
Yeah.
It says,
That's kind of how we figured that out. I think that was one of the first ones. And then there are some other scenes that are big. Like I remember the tentacle bowling scene, where you throw the bowling ball and then they're all lined up like bowling pins. That one actually wasn't that bad because it was cool having a different perspective, but the tentacles were far enough away and scaled back in perspective that they weren't really all that big. So the only thing that was kind of problematic was the hand with the bowling ball. And that was in the lower part of the scene. And then I want to say it disappeared. And then it threw the ball. And the ball only had like 1 or 2 frames. And then it had to fall down and scale off into the distance. So a lot of that stuff we were able to do with just that visual trickery where it wasn't really a ton of stuff on the screen that was changing. Again, like I said, I forget what the percentage was, but it might have been like no more than 30% of the pixels changing at any one time or whatever. And so you just figure out, how can I do that in a way that feels exciting and different in terms of the camera angle we're showing, but it's not going to crunch the system. So that was kind of fun figuring that stuff out. And I'm sure we had versions that didn't work. I'm not remembering. I want to say that all of those, like I said, because we kind of knew, well, if we can't get crazy with it, we can always fall back on just showing a still frame. I think most of the stuff we didn't go too nuts. Remember Layla Dowling did the scene of the founding fathers jumping out the window. That one, I can't remember. That one seemed like that was a lot of movement across the screen, but it still may have only been like a third. Like it was a big window and it's all 3 characters moving a lot. And then they kind of hang in the air in the Coyote Roadrunner style, and then fall. So that's kind of a big movement, but it might have been literally like the whole 2/3 above the screen was not changing. I don't remember.
So that particular scene was problematic because the animation was too big.
Yeah.
And so I understand that it caused the game to crash. And in order to solve that problem, it was divided into 2 separate animations. So the animations of them breaking the window and stopping midair is one animation, and the animation of them falling is another one. And that's how that issue was solved. That's
cool. That makes sense. Yeah, I'm not even remembering that. But we probably talked about a lot of stuff like that because we're like, well, the style of this is the character that's in midair kind of hanging, the joke being like cartoon characters can kind of float in midair, to having a gag, or they don't fall until they realize that they're supposed to fall, that kind of thing. It's like, oh, we can use that to our advantage, for the technical limitations. So, yeah, a lot of that stuff was, that kind of problem solving was fun. I enjoyed, like, how do we make this thing work stylistically, make it do the thing we want, but deal with the technical limitations. So there's a lot of stuff that Sorry. Speaking of technical limitations, my chair's breaking on me. We figure out stuff, how do we get around that? I mean, even like the character design. I know Maniac Mansion, actually, the characters had bigger heads, but then for a while there, the trend with the LucasArts games was they got kind of smaller. And I don't know if that was something they decided, like Secret of Monkey Island and Indiana Jones, whichever one, the one before.
And The Last Crusade.
Yeah, Last Crusade. It might have been like, okay, we want these to be more realistically proportioned characters, and the characters can't get bigger than this, so they end up having really small heads with just one pixel dot for an eye and a line for a mouth. And so I don't know if that was just sort of the trend they stuck to after they had to go that way for indie. I don't know, but it felt like everything was kind of going that way. And so just the excitement of, well, what if we change our art style to be more cartoony? Cartoon characters typically have bigger heads. Oh my gosh, you can get a lot of expressiveness out of the characters' faces that way. So we still had the limitations on how many pixels tall a character could be. And so I remember looking at that and going, why don't we go back to what they did on Maniac Mansion? It's like, we can have bigger heads. We can get goofy expressions on their faces now, So a lot of that stuff was exciting. Like, how do you work around those challenges?
Well, usually these limitations lead to amazing results because nowadays they can use CGI in movies for everything. But older movies are much more interesting because they use CGI in a very limited manner because they couldn't afford using CGI for everything. And sometimes, even to this day, Terminator 2 looks better than anything else that's coming out these days.
Yeah.
You ask me.
No, and it's interesting. It's like, I think some of the newer films, they can do crazy impressive stuff with CG, but then almost like, then they try to do that. And it's like, how do you creatively get around your limitations? Can you put all the money into that one amazing scene that you want to blow people away with, and then, get creative with the rest? Like, think about the first Alien movie. It's like, the worst part of that was the ending when they showed the guy in the rubber suit, the monster. It's like, I don't want to see the monster. That's what's great about horror movies, because they never have much of a budget. So it's like, how do we make it scary because it's a shadow in the dark, because we can't afford this, But those are great.
Now, in my conversation with Dave Grossman, he told me that the original deadline for Day of the Tentacle was supposed to be Christmas 1992. But then around that time, you realized that you weren't going to make that deadline. And around the same time, you also realized that CD-ROMs were becoming more and more popular. And so you used that opportunity to add 6 more months to the production of the game in order to make it also a talkie game, in addition to the floppy version.
Yeah.
Now, what did you use the extra 6 months of production for?
Good question, Daniel. I'm not even remembering that. I didn't know it was 6 months. Maybe it was 6 months and Thanksgiving and Christmas holidays and everything were in there, so it wasn't technically 6 months.
The original deadline was supposed to be Christmas 1992, and instead it was released on June 25th.
Okay.
1993.
It's also possible that additional 6 months was not given to everybody. Like, it may have been like, we're wrapping up the other stuff, and the audio team is going to need extra time to do that. I'm not remembering getting a huge gift like that. I mean, Day of the Tentacle was the last game project that I worked on that did not feel like there was a death march at the end of it. But I don't remember getting like a huge gift of, you can add a bunch of new characters or scenes. So I don't know. It could be just it was too long ago. I don't remember.
Well, you probably were around because they needed you for the lip syncing of some of the scenes.
Yeah.
Or the talkie version.
Yeah.
So
might have been that. Yeah. If check your other interviews, maybe they remember what I was doing more than I do.
Larry was never around.
Yeah.
He took a 6-month break.
He was in Bermuda. What the heck? No.
Now, did you also take part in designing puzzles for the game? If so, which?
No, I did not. Like I said, the thing that was exciting for me on Day of the Tentacle was going, compared to the previous games, was going from feeling like you had more of an assignment list to feeling like on Day of the Tentacle, I was very collaborative in terms of figuring out what the scenes were going to be about. So, like I said, a lot of the jokes, if there was a visual gag or an animation that was going to be funny, I got to figure out what that animation was going to be. So technically, I don't have a writing credit, but the way credits work nowadays, I would have given myself a writing credit for that, or at least visual gags or something to that. Story artist, I don't know what they would call it. It was story adjacent, definitely. I wrote jokes. They just were not dialogue based jokes. They were visual jokes. So that was my thing there. But
they were pretty lenient with credits back in the day.
Yeah. But I was not involved with the puzzle. Like all the game design, I think for that was Gary Winnick and Ron, who had worked on the first Maniac Mansion game, working with Tim and Dave. So it was like Gary and Ron were sort of passing the baton to Tim and Dave to do the sequel. And I want to say the four of them did all the design and story stuff. So that was completely figured out, or maybe they were at the end of it while I was figuring out all the visual stuff with Peter. I want to say like Tim and Dave were popping in between their design sessions to see how we were doing with the visual stuff. But no, I was not involved with any of the puzzle stuff, which is funny because it's like trying to think my process of getting into game design. I guess my mentorship, or my internship on doing that would have been on Full Throttle, because I helped Tim design on that. Because it's sort of like, how did I learn to do that? I don't know. I guess working on a few of them, you're just sort of around it. Osmosis. You learn by osmosis. You play them, you work on them, you kind of figure out how they work, and then early days of Full Throttle, we had a smaller team. Dave wasn't working on it. He had left the company at that point. So Tim spent a while kind of coming up with the story structure of what he wanted to do on that. But then once he got kind of that framework and got buy-in to that, then had to figure out all the detailed puzzle stuff. And he and I just spent, I don't know how long it was. Seemed like weeks and weeks or months and months. I don't know what it technically was. It was probably a month or two. Sitting in a conference room all day, with a whiteboard, just doing sketches and figuring out puzzles, and the story kind of evolves based on that as well. Sorry, I'm jumping ahead in the chronology there.
It's fine. So if anything, this conversation makes you realize that you were never supposed to know how to design games before you actually design games.
Yeah, no, it's funny because now, people my kids' generation go to college and get degrees to be game designers, or however that works. I still don't get it. It's like back then, everybody was an artist or a computer programmer or whatever, because that's what you needed to understand the technology. And I was not a technology person, by the way. Obviously you heard me going from the arcade to the Secret of Monkey Island going, whoa, I didn't know this was happening. I was not super technical. I figured out all the software that I needed to use to do my work, but I was not, going to be innovating on any of that stuff. It's more like, but the puzzle design stuff, like the logic of that and the mix of story with fun puzzles, I like that. That was my speed, so I enjoyed that. But yeah, I think everybody just sort of learned on the job. That's how that stuff worked.
The tentacle walk cycle is pretty impressive and quite memorable. I understand that you've encountered issues with timing the movement itself during scrolling scenes, which, unlike other characters, isn't consistent due to the suction, which is holding the tentacle back.
Yeah.
Is that true?
That sounds familiar. I don't remember it being so bad that it was something we considered changing. It really felt like, we're used to normal characters walking and getting sort of the personality that we got out of Hoagie, and the bounce on him. And then You know, just the posture, Bernard's with the shoulders that are like sinking all the way down to his hips and that kind of thing. Getting the personality out of how they move was really exciting to me. So the Tentacle was a chance to push that to a real extreme. Like, how does this character move? So that rings a bell with the scrolling thing, but it's not like every room scrolled. So I don't remember caring too much about that. You know, ideally we wanted it to work right, but it's like I wasn't going to change it for that.
And in the past, you mentioned that you spent 2 weeks working on the animation of Dr. Fred waking up after drinking coffee. What made that scene so difficult from a technical standpoint?
Oh my gosh. I think it was just super long. We just decided we wanted it to be this crazy thing where he flies around the room, and I'm not remembering, like a lot of scenes. It's how long does the scene last? Like a lot of the big scenes that are impactful, it might be more, in terms of like, is this does it fill the screen more, or is it just something funny? But they weren't all necessarily that long. I think the thing with the Dr. Fred one was it was just long. He reacted, he popped up in the air and did like 10 different postures, and smoke came out his ears. Then he shot around the room and ricocheted off of everything, and it just went on a long time. And a lot of times those animations, what would happen, like they would all start out rough, and if it was with an existing character, you would take the character and you wouldn't even necessarily put him in a pose. You just take the standing version of the character and you just put him up in the air and then bouncing, whatever. Like I did the early version of that. So you get this idea, like it's going to be crazy moving everywhere. And then I think I just underestimated how long it was going to take then to put him in all the right poses and get through all that. Whereas like some other animations, you might, if the action is less movement all around the room, then you might do the keyframes in the correct poses kind of along the way. And so you're already farther along. They end up being shorter, whatever. So I just underestimated is basically what happened. Like another one that I got in way over my head with was Sam and Max Hit the Road with the cone. What was it? The cone of tragedy in the amusement park. And that one again was like I had this idea and I thought it was going to be funny. And Steve Purcell gave all the animation assignments. And when he gave me that, he's like, "We've got the cone of tragedy. We want them to go on it. I don't know what it does." And he kind of said that laughing, like, "I don't know what it does." Want to figure it out, you know? And so it's like, for me, it was just like, oh, this is going to be fun. And so again, it was like the excitement of, I'm going to put something together here and I just want to make Steve laugh. So I started playing around with that, trying to figure out what could happen. I don't know if you're familiar with that animation, but
I am.
The gag that I put in there, like I remember the mall that was near the office in San Rafael. I don't know if this is a thing you guys have, you know, outside of the US. And it's not even something we see that much now, but back in the day, they used to have like these knife shops, and they would have like a Swiss Army knife in the window. And there was these motorized things where the knives would just like, and it wasn't a normal size knife. It was like a Swiss Army knife that was this big, and it just had this motorized thing where all the knife blades would fold out to kind of show you this is the cool stuff in your knife. And it was just weird. It's like, why do I need to see this animated knife in the window? That's a bizarre thing, you know?
So
I guess
part
it's
of
their
the cone
version
of tragedy instead.
Yeah, I guess it's their version of having a mannequin in the window with the clothes on it that they're selling. So I thought, well, what is tragic? It's like, you know, the cone's going to probably spin and do something, but I thought I wanted a setup that was more like a scare at the beginning. Like, what is going to be tragic about this? So I like the idea, like, you know, they get hooked up to it, And then the thing opens up and just all these knife blades come out. And it's like, and the knife blades don't end up doing anything later, but it's more just like, this is going to be horrific. Look, here's the knife blades. And that got Steve laughing. So then I'm like, okay, now I got to do all the spinning and bouncing and having them thrown all around and half dead. And it's like, that took forever. And in fact, the final animation on that is really kind of bad. Like, it needed to be cleaned up, but it was going kind of fast. And so I thought, it's rough. I'm just going to assume that's just sort of motion blur, but the reality was it was really loosely drawn and needed cleaning up, but I ran out of time. So the fun part of that is the knives at the beginning. And then at the end, when the thing just drops them and then Sam is dead and then Max has to like restart his heart. Those were the two things that I liked and the things that got Steve to laugh. And then the other thing was just like, well, it's got to be a ride. So damn it, I guess I got to animate all this part and it's going to take forever.
I want to ask you about one of the major characters in Day of the Tentacle, which is the cow from the intro. Was the cow your idea?
Yeah. We basically just told Kyle, go nuts with the intro. And he worked with Peter Chan to figure out, like Peter figured out the environments, and then Kyle kind of mapped out the animation. So he did all that stuff on his own, and they had that, obviously we were peeking in and seeing what they had. I want to say like he did a bunch of that stuff over vacation because he was in school still at the time. But I want to say coming in at the end, it was like, I can't remember if he had the kids in the truck or we decided to add that at the end, but well, no, they got in the truck. That was the whole idea. All right. Mm-hmm. I don't know if they climbing out of the truck at the end was in there. It might have been just get the truck from A to B and go crazy and have fun. And then we had the walk. I think we just used the regular walk cycles that we already had. Just take the characters we already have. We'll put them in silhouette. They'll just climb out of the truck at the end. And then I remember looking at it and seeing he had it bust through the barn. Can't remember. Does it have chickens flying? I think it's hay and chickens, I think is the gag. And I remember thinking, let's put a cow in there just to be crazy, like, cause you do all the crazy stuff. You bounce through a barn and it's like, yeah, chickens flying. I knew that. That's what I expected. It's really fun, but it's kind of what you expect with the car thrown in the barn. And then I like the idea of let's do a little callback later where now they get out of the car and it's like, wait, there's a cow. Where the hell did cow? Oh, right. They went through a barn. So it's just sort of like everybody's running and the cow is running. Wait a minute. Why is there a cow there? It's like, oh, I guess he showed up in the barn part of the thing. And then he's kind of going along like he's excited too. And then he stops and he's thinking about like, well, wait a minute. Why am I going with them to the mansion? And then he's like, forget it. I assume then he went back to the barn.
We'll never know. When do you think we'll get to see the cow's own spin-off series? I mean, this could have been a great adventure game.
I know.
A cow standalone game.
I wanted to do a sequel to Day of the Tentacle at one point. I mean, obviously I worked on sequel to Monkey Island. I had been in early development on a Full Throttle sequel. I don't think I ever actually pitched the Day of the Tentacle sequel, but I had some notes on it. Like even when Tim and Dave were still there, I think they had a title, Night of the Hamster. Like, wouldn't that be fun? What happens? And I can't remember. Like we were talking about, well, the whole habit trail thing that the hamster has in Ed's room, with the pipes and whatever the tubes for the hamster to run around in. It's like, oh, well, what if we did like, a series of these things that like the hamster mutates, I think was the idea. And I remember thinking of ideas, trying to build on that. Like I thought, okay, well, wait a minute. If the hamster mutates and Dr. Fred like builds out these tunnels more, and then I remember thinking, okay, so you've got the mutant hamster, you've got all these weird tunnels underneath or throughout, like ways to navigate through the mansion, and connect from room to room through a tunnel that wasn't previously a connection. And then I remember thinking, well, you've got all the toxic ooze that's coming out the pipes that was in the stream out there. I thought, well, what if that stuff starts to spread? So then you get the mansion starting to sink into the ooze. And basically I was thinking, okay, we could start with the hamster thing, but then the mansion starts to sink. And then you get a thing like, the old Poseidon Adventure movie, like with the ship flips upside down. So we just mansion flips upside down, and then you're like having to navigate. So because I'm trying to think of variations, like they travel through time, it's still the same mansion, but it's in the future or the past. So it's like, okay, well, what if we flip the thing upside down, and then you're having to navigate through the place upside down, and then you're going through hamster tubes, and maybe some of those tubes go underground and expand. So that could be crazy. I don't know if there's ever a story beyond that, but it's always, it would have been fun.
How come this great idea didn't materialize into a great adventure game?
I don't know. I think it was just like, I think we probably joked about it over lunch a few times and jotted a few notes down, and there's always 10 other things going. So, I mean, I still have at the time after finishing Curse of Monkey Island and then going on to, before I went on to Full Throttle sequel development, I pitched like 5 or 6 game concepts. I still have the paper for that. I wanted to work on some of those ideas. Like they were literally like a paragraph idea for each. And then I think I pitched it to Simon Jeffrey, and he's like, yeah, no, how about you work on a Full Throttle sequel? I'm trying to remember like some of those games. One of them was like a ghost game. Like I think I had a concept that it was a bunch of mobsters breaking in somewhere, and a guy gets locked in a safe, like they're trying to bust into a safe or something, and the guy ends up trapped in a safe and dies, but then he comes back as a ghost. There's some fun thing where you're like trying to get revenge or something, but you're a ghost character. I had another one that was like the character was like a mix of Elvis and Frankenstein. So it was like the tragic rock star who dies and then gets brought back like as a Frankenstein monster and goes on tour, and you get to, but you've got all these powers like a monster. I forget. There's like 5 or 6 fun ideas that I wanted to play around with, and I mean that's the way that always works. We got 5 or 10 ideas from Crackpot Entertainment that never saw the light of day too, that I'd love to have done something with.
Now, after Day of the Tentacle, you also worked briefly on Rebel Assault. In my conversation with Bill Tiller, he mentioned that he recorded several FMV scenes, which were used as the basis for the cutscenes. Did you work on those?
Yeah, I think that one was literally, that was probably like a week's worth of work. I'm trying to think, like I said, people would get pulled in between projects on this stuff. And so I think that was another one of those times when I had some downtime. That one, I remember it was a scene. Colette Michaud was one of the characters that they used as a model for one of the pilots. And so I think I had that. And that was like, it was a bunch of live action stuff. And then we had to digitize it and crunch it down, to a limited palette. So I think most of what I was doing on that was just cleanup work, taking something that had all this pixel noise and trying to clean it up and keep it so that it still looked kind of photoreal, but wasn't chaotically noisy. So not too exciting. But yeah, I guess I worked on it technically. Am I in the credits? I can't remember.
You're always in the credits. I talked to Hal Barwood a couple of weeks ago, and he's credited on Full Throttle as thought it was a good idea. That's his credit.
Yeah. No, Hal carried a lot of weight there because he was one of the grown-ups in the room. He was a guy that had a career, in film, first part of his professional life, and knew George Lucas that way, and then was really excited coming into games. But so he comes in as, one of the older, wiser people that, was a Hollywood guy. He knows things. He knows about story and this and that. And so if you got Hal on your side, that was a big deal. So I think that was Tim's joke, like, Hal supported this, which meant a lot.
After Rebel Assault, you worked on 7 Max Cedar Road. What was your role in that project?
So I was technically an animator on that. It was interesting because I think I was waiting around for Tim to finish design work on Full Throttle, or the story work on Full Throttle. And I think the pitch was like, oh, it'll be any day now. And it stretched out a lot longer than expected. But again, working with Steve Purcell and Colette on that, and Sean and Mike, that was a blast. It's another project that I think they were not expecting to be able to get me to work on it, but they're like, oh, we've got a couple of weeks of Larry's time. That's great. We can do more stuff. And so, like I said, it was fun. Steve just kind of said, here's a bunch of fun scenes, or here's some characters you can do. I ended up, I forget, I want to say I was on it for a couple of months. It wasn't super long. But yeah, there was a chunk of time between projects where I think I was just doing a little bit starting out on the next project, but was mostly on Sam and Max stuff. It was a nice chunk to work on. It's not like you get pulled onto something for a couple of weeks in between projects, and it's like it barely registers that you did anything. You do a full project, and then you got all the headaches that come with start to finish and everything that goes wrong. Being able to get pulled on something just for like a couple of months and do some fun shots, that's the best. So, and it was fun. Steve, basically, I did some Sam and Max animations. It was like more of those special case ones, like I mentioned. But the fun part on that was the hit the road thing. They're traveling all around the country, and they're stopping at all these crazy roadside attractions. So the largest ball of twine, Gator Golf, all these crazy things are just goofball tourist attractions. And every single one of those attractions had to have a proprietor. So I think they had the puzzles figured out and the concepts for it, but there were no character designs for any of the proprietors. And I think then Steve was busy with everything else. And so he said, hey, why don't you just design all these guys? So I had a blast with that. My favorite one is the Gator Golf guy, if you remember him. Mm-hmm. He's got like 3 teeth, fat. Both his arms are bandaged up from wrestling with alligators or whatever dangerous stuff he had to do running that place. And then he chewed tobacco, and he would always spit the tobacco. So just coming up with these funny ideas for who these characters were and what their personalities were like and what little animations they would do. And then the psychic guy in he was in that restaurant. Was that on the top of the ball of twine, mm-hmm. I think? Anyway, the guy with the glasses and the Swami hat, and he would bend the wrench, whatever you had to get the bent wrench from him. He kind of looks a little like Henry Kissinger. I forget. So it was just fun coming up with different character designs on that, and then figuring out how to bring them to life. There was not a lot of heavy lifting on that. None of the characters did a lot, but they were just sort of fun flavor. So I really enjoyed that. And then I did some bigger Sam and Max animation, like falling off the ball of twine and bouncing around, and forget what else.
Now, it's amazing to see that many of the things you've worked on make it to the back cover of games, because a screenshot from your full screen animation of Sam and Max bouncing off the ball of twine appeared on the back cover. And I remember looking at it looking at that back cover and being very eager to get to that part of the game when I bought the game. And the same thing with the Edison's screaming scene, which also made it to the back cover of Day of the Tentacle. So well done.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I guess that's it's a honor to be on the back cover. Pretty cool. Yeah, those were the shots we were trying to push the envelope. So I guess it makes sense. You kind of want to advertise that.
After 7 Max, you started working on Full Throttle, in which LucasArts was trying to push for a cinematic experience more than previous games, especially because the technology allowed it. What were your plans cinematic-wise for Full Throttle?
Yeah, we got really excited about that. It's funny because I look back on that now and it's like we were again in over our head. I think we probably needed 2 or 3 times the animation staff that we had to be able to pull that off at the level I was imagining. But and not that anything's bad, but it's like there are a lot of scenes in there where it's sort of like we roughed out how the sequence was going to go. Like we put together the shot sequence and just have some still frames or whatever, or some rough versions of the animation just to kind of say, this is what the scene is going to be like. And then feels like half of them were like, I'm going to do a really quick version of this and then clean it up later. And then sometimes it's like, you know what, that one's probably fine. It goes by fast, you know? So like a lot of the intro scenes that Pete Sakel did with the characters in the bar, that stuff was definitely, you know, polished, spent some time on that. But there are a lot of scenes that happen later on that are sort of quick, you know, Ben on the road where we get the close up of his goggles, or then, you know, you just kind of see hands on the handlebar or whatever. A lot of those shots, it was like, that was kind of my bag of tricks. Like, hey, we need a cinematic scene here and we don't have much time, but maybe we can just, like, after Ben crashes, we've just got his eyes and he's got a few cuts on him and he's like, oh, and it's all blurry and he's blinking. And it's like, it needs to be cinematic, but we don't have time to show him waking up and climbing and shaking his head and doing all that. So it's like extreme close up. That'll be easy. We've already got a shot of his eyes. Let's use that again, you know? So a lot of that kind of stuff. But we were really excited about trying to get something that felt beyond just the proscenium of the little dollhouse, you know, adventure game characters walking around in scenes. How do we make this feel like it's dramatic and exciting and very cinematic? And obviously, Full Throttle, everything about Full Throttle, when Tim was pitching that, it's like, we don't want all our characters to be goofballs doing comedic stuff. What if our character was cool? And what if he was, you know, doing action-packed things? What kind of game does that turn into? It can still have comedy and everything in it, but it's like, well, then we need to show some of that action. So obviously the insane streaming engine that was used for Rebel Assault with the characters riding the bikes down the 3D mine road, that was something that was brand new for adventure games for us. You know, adding the action elements in general was sort of a new thing, making it a hybrid in terms of gameplay style. Not that it was all that successful. I know people were frustrated with a lot of those action elements, but I think the concept was well intentioned, but the implementation could have been better, and a lot of that was just technical limitations. So it was where we wanted to go with stuff. So it was fun to work on that. That was just it felt like it was a whole new kind of project. We're not just thinking of what are the 50 locations you go to in the game. It's like, how are we going to show things that happen there in interesting, dynamic ways?
And so you worked on all of the character designs, or were there designs other artists worked on?
I'm trying to think. I'm not remembering. I think I did most of them. I don't know. I'm trying to remember. Like Pete Sakel came on the project, and I don't think he was on it from the beginning. Like he was a new hire. I think he was like an art academy or so. I forget where he went to school, but he had some animation experience already from school. And so I think that was a hire, like he wasn't on from the very beginning. So I think the character design stuff, I think I ended up doing all of it, if I'm remembering correctly. I may be wrong, but part of it was there was nobody else around to do it. That might have been it. Yeah, I think some of the stuff like Day of the Tentacle, I did the main characters and we were off and running. And then I think there were some secondary characters that we came to later on and like, oops, we forgot about these guys. We gotta design them. All right. So I gave it to Layla. Yeah, I struggled with the character design on Full Throttle. It's funny because look back on it now, it seemed like it was pretty successful. People like it. I'm pretty happy with it, but man, it was like pulling teeth. It was funny because Day of the Tentacle was pretty much, hey, I want to do a fun, goofy Looney Tunes style thing. Let me look at, what I need to know from Maniac Mansion so that it doesn't look completely different. Obviously, Bernard has to have glasses and be a nerd and whatever, but it was just sort of, that was my style. So it wasn't like I'm creating a cartooning style for this game. It was like, yeah, this is kind of how I draw when I draw exaggerated characters. I mean, technically, the cartooning work I had done before that for t-shirts and illustration, I tried to be more of a chameleon and come up with different looks. I had 3 or 4 styles, but the Day of the Tentacle style was kind of one of my styles that I had done things that looked that way before. So then when we came to Full Throttle, it's like, well, we're not doing slapstick Looney Tunes stuff. We're doing something that it's going to have comedic elements, but like I think we were looking at, what was it, Liquid Television on MTV. Are you familiar with the Ian Flux animated show? It's a weird spy character. So we were looking at a lot of crazy stuff like that, and and a lot of graphic novel stuff. We were looking at Hellboy, Mike Mignola. So like a lot of the shadows going to black the way he does on his comic books. We were thinking we wanted more of a harsh, stark tone to it. And so I wanted a different look to the characters, more extreme, less comedic. And man, I struggled with it for a while. I tried a couple of different things that were really bad before I finally kind of dialed it back. I think I was just trying to push it too far and do something that was too complicated. Like I mentioned, the Ian Flux thing, that was the level of detail on that and the extreme distortion of camera angles and stuff they were doing. And I was playing around with what can I do if Ben is kind of distorted more, and it got too crazy. None of it worked. I think I got kind of trapped in my head a little bit too much. Like, it's got to be this amazing, crazy thing. And then finally I realized this is taking me too long. I better get my act together and come up with something. So I kind of dialed it back. And then I kind of just played around with the idea of, well, what if he's like a Clint Eastwood type of guy, really tough? What if I kind of exaggerate the squinty-eyed Clint Eastwood look and just give him like a big lantern jaw kind of thing? So then I finally did a couple of sketches of just the face and like, oh, that could be a thing. And then I felt like I kind of had an idea that I could run with. And I liked the idea that all the characters did the Clint Eastwood squint. Like, they'll come out of it if you need them to be surprised, and you'll see the whites of their eyes for that moment. But otherwise, everybody is just this. I'm Clint Eastwood. Everybody's Clint Eastwood. So I had fun with that kind of thing. Finally figured it out. And then once I did, I was trying to do some exaggerated characters. Like, I think the souvenir stand guy at the Smash Up Derby, the old guy, salesman, I think I'm happy with how he turned out. And I like who was the heavy guy in Melonweed? I forget his name, the junkyard guy, the owner of the junkyard that was in the trailer. Yeah. I like how that character design turned out. So I think I figured it out eventually.
So the character designs took you a while because you were critical of your own work, or because Tim didn't approve of some of the designs?
No, I was critical. I was trying to do something too extreme. I mean, I think he probably gave feedback on it, which was, yeah, this is not it. And it's like, yeah, I didn't need you to tell me that. I already know I'm blowing it. I know this is wrong. I got to figure it out. So I was spinning my wheels a little bit. I think, like I said, I was putting too much pressure on myself. So then I kind of tried to step back from that and go, okay, let me just do something I know I can do, and I'll figure it out. I was trying to, because with the animation, like I said, we were kind of biting off more than we could chew on that a little bit too. So we had to find ways to dial it back. So it was a little bit, we were overly ambitious at the beginning, but we still delivered something that in hindsight, and, from comments from other people, friends and fans, it's like it definitely pushed things forward in terms of what adventure games could be. But I envisioned 10 steps beyond that initially, and that was completely unrealistic, but I was still in that headspace as I started working on it. So I had to kind of come back to reality. And that was a tricky process at first.
At least, have you played Full Throttle from beginning to end?
Yeah.
Oh.
Every game that I worked on start to finish, I've played start to finish. Yeah. A million times, because you got to play through it. Yeah. The dig I worked on for 6 months, and then that version never shipped. So every version that I worked on that, the version I worked on shipped, I played Sam and Max. I played all of those, even though I only worked on that for a few months. So.
These are very convoluted standards. You should play every game you've worked on, period.
I know. I don't think I got all the way through Super Star Wars, but I definitely played it a bunch. So I don't know. Anyway,
nowadays it's very popular for fans to demand the release of a director's cut or original cut of a movie. So if they ever ask you to produce your version of the dig with your original artwork, would that interest you?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's so much. I mean, I'm not familiar enough with Noah's design or the story, because I was brand new. Here's your art assignment, So I don't think I fully understood the big picture of what that project was intended to be before it was already shelved and I moved on to something else. So I'm enamored of the world building on that, and Ken Macklin's concept art. I love that world. I personally feel more attached to that world than the one in the shipped game. I feel like the shipped game was a little too barren a world. So I liked Ken's because it was alien, but it had interesting plant life. There's more color to it. There's more variety to the environments. You pulled up a couple of those images. There was a desert city. There was a mountain city. There was that coastal settlement. I think it had more variety. That would have been more interesting to me. I did some character designs for the alien in that world that I was excited about and thought could have been cool. So I think there was potential there, but I don't have enough of a concept of what else it would have been other than here's some cool ideas for this alien world. So I don't have any attachment to, I'd like to see that built.
But if I get the gang back together, I get Anson Ju, and I get you, and I get Noah Falstein. Let's make a game. Let's make the original version of the thing.
Yeah, it's funny because there's been a lot of. I mean, I had way more development going on the Full Throttle sequel, and it's like that would have been cool. But if they called me back now and said, "Hey, do you want to build it?" We dug up your old design document. Technically, it wasn't a design. I had a pitch document, and I had a design for like the first section of it, first fifth of the game or something. If they said, "Hey, we want to make this," I'm like, I don't know that that's the thing I want to make now. I wanted to make it back then. I was bummed that they canceled it then, but I don't know. Yeah, it's hard to say. A lot of that with projects is sort of, you got to figure out the way in that's exciting to you. Like sequels, it's the same thing with sequels. What's that idea that you want to do, or a different way of looking at it? And sometimes that's easier to do with a sequel. Returning to a thing that you started to make and never finished can get a little weirder. If you think like it was great, it should have been made, then sometimes it's like, yeah, we got to go do it. But if it's like, oh, there were some problems with it, or we didn't get far enough along for me to really feel like it was a thing, then I'd rather do something else. I don't know. Depends on the size of the check, though. Let me amend my answer.
Let me write a number for you. I'll pass it on the chat.
Yeah, exactly. Some of us from back then have stayed in games, the whole time. Some of us have moved into other areas. Some people bounce back and forth. I've certainly done interactive, and I'm in the theme park space right now, but I kind of straddle the fence currently, where I do a lot of interactive stuff in theme parks. So it's kind of very fluid. So it's interesting, and seeing people occasionally get pulled back into, maybe I haven't been making adventure games now, but maybe I'd like to make one. Obviously Ron got pulled back in to do a Monkey sequel, and Dave and everybody after all these years. So it's kind of interesting. It's fun. And maybe that's all it takes, is I just need 20 years away from it to get excited to come back again.
20 years away and a Kickstarter. That's all you need.
Yeah, exactly. 20 years and a big pile of money, and I'm ready to go.
How soon after Full Throttle shipped did you find out that they're planning a new Monkey Island game?
Trying to think how that went. That was interesting. That was trying to remember the details of all that. I want to say that it was just right, like somebody higher up just said we should do a sequel. So I don't know if it was management just said, hey, Jonathan and Larry seem like they're ready to do their own projects. And they always teamed first-time project leaders up together, which I think is a great plan. I mean, these projects are so complex, and there's so many elements with, story, puzzle, tech, all that craziness together. So having two people makes a lot of sense. So I think it was sort of, I want to say that Tim sort of suggested, like, oh, these guys could do a project. So I don't know if somebody said, well, maybe we should do another Monkey Island again, but it wasn't us. It was like somebody came to us and said, we think a Monkey Island game is a great idea, and we think you guys are ready to do a game. What about you two teaming up together? And it's funny because I remember initially, like, I knew I want to say Jonathan came in late on Day of the Tentacle. Like, he wasn't on it the whole time, if I'm remembering correctly. And then Throttle. I remember I worked with him on stuff, but he and I were not collaborating closely on any of those projects. Like, it depended, like, if he was assigned to work on implementing a scene that I animated or something like that, then we might work together. But it wasn't like, we're sitting down and collaborating and dreaming up crazy ideas for stuff. It wasn't design phase things. It was implementation. So we got along and everything, but I remember early on, he was working on something on Day of the Tentacle, and I don't know if he was just fooling around or if it was like a scene hadn't been written, and so he was taking a stab at it, knowing that Tim and Dave would probably rewrite it. But hey, let me show you my idea. And I'm not remembering exactly how it went, but it was some weird thing where the character was making like some Shakespearean joke or whatever. And I just remember looking at the whole thing going, yeah, that's interesting. And it's not that it wasn't funny. It just felt like this is not Bernard and Hoagie. Nobody in this world knows that Shakespeare exists unless they go back in time and meet him and, steal his wig or whatever, and they still wouldn't know anything about his plays. It felt like one of those things, like, I'm not sure, like I want to say I even went in and talked to Tim and Dave, like, I'm not sure Jonathan's quite up to speed on what we're doing here. I don't know. So it's funny because I remember I still had that in the back of my head when they were going, hey, we want to team you up with Jonathan. And I'm thinking, oh crap, I hope he's not going to want to do something like that again. But then it's funny because we sat down and started brainstorming Monkey Island ideas. And I'm like, oh, we're fine. Like, it was immediately obvious that, yeah, there'll be no problem with this. We fell into it very quickly, and had a bunch of really bizarre and, in hindsight, bad ideas for Monkey Island. But I think it feels now like you had to go through that warm-up phase. Like, we just got to think of really crazy ideas, because some of it, I think, is like when you're in the world of these IP with these characters, you're already sort of used to the normal things that they do. So then when you start talking about stuff, you tend to go even more extreme because like the normal stuff seems too obvious to you and like, no, that can't be right, you know? And so I think our early ideas for Curse of Monkey Island were just, again, way off the deep end. And then we started coming back and going, okay, these are all really bizarre. They're kind of funny, but they just feel a little too weird. We got to kind of remind ourselves what's going on here. And one of the things that kind of helped trigger that was, and again, I'm going to be terrible to admit this. I have not played Return to Monkey Island either. So I don't know what Ron and Dave have done with the ending and how it deals with the ending of Monkey 2. But I just know that when we were working on Curse, we didn't know what happened, you know, with that ending of Monkey 2. We just knew that it felt like you suddenly did a record scratch and ended up somewhere else, not in the pirate game that you spent all your time in. So that was problematic. And we knew that we had to address that. We couldn't pretend it never happened. But we realized a lot of the crazy stuff we were brainstorming for Curse was probably leaning in that direction. Not that it was trying to riff off any of those ideas, but it was another thing like that where we realized, oh, this is probably getting too anachronistic and is not leaning into pirate stuff enough. So we kind of did a reboot in our early concept development phase and kind of went back and said, wait a minute, let's make a list of cool, fun, typical pirate things that people expect to see. Like if I'm reading a pirate book or seeing a pirate movie, what kinds of things do I expect to see? You know, and so we kind of went back to that list, like, okay, there needs to be a battle between ships. There needs to be sword fighting. You know, we just kind of went through all of that stuff and said, okay, well, they kind of did a bunch of these already in the first two games. Are there any that they haven't done? And for the life of me, I'm not able to think of an example of one that we came up with that they didn't. But a lot of that was sort of like, there needs to be key beats that are hitting these categories of things that people expect of their pirate media. So we kind of went back to that and like, oh, some of the weird stuff. So you may have heard me mention in previous interviews, like we had a thing originally where it's like Guybrush and Elaine get married and then there's cursed wedding presents. And then all these characters, like they end up having to return all the wedding gifts to lift the curse or some weird thing. So you're having these battles with all these characters. It was a fun way to meet all these bizarre different pirate characters and you'd be sailing around. But we're like, this whole wedding thing is not very piratey. And I forget, there's a couple other elements of that initial concept that we thought were kind of funny, but it's like, yeah, it doesn't feel right. So we still had the wedding and we had the curse, but we're like, no, it's a curse ring. He's gonna propose, and he's stupid enough to give her a curse ring. So we kind of dialed some things back and tried to figure out what are the right piratey things there.
Were you hesitant at first to work on a Monkey Island game that didn't have Ron's involvement?
That question again. Yeah, it's funny. I think it helped a lot that Tim gave us his blessing. You know, I guess we should have put that in the credits. I know Tim is in the credits, but we didn't give him the Hal Barwood, thanks for supporting this or whatever he said.
Thought it was a good
Hal's
idea.
credit was in Throttle. Yeah, thought it was a good idea. Tim was in that category. And I can't remember if our actual design pitch was something that he said he thought was a good idea, but just the idea of these guys should make the Monkey Island sequel, that carried a lot of weight. And we did early on, we did some brainstorming sessions. Like we went up to the ranch. Like we found out later, like didn't realize like, oh, they've got these guest cottages up there that I guess like if you're a celebrity and you're going up there to record ADR for your film or something like that, like they got all these amazing little cottages that are scattered around the ranch. And it's like, if they're not being used, you can rent those or you can reserve those. So we were doing some brainstorming session in one of those for a while. And then I think we did a couple of sessions where we invited Tim to help us. And I think part of it was like help us brainstorm. And part of it is like this is what we're thinking. Give us a gut check on this. What do you think of it? Because we've been sitting in our office alone laughing at our stupid jokes, and they may not be that funny. So I remember he came up, we did lunch, and I remember we were sitting out on the dock on the lake there, just sort of telling him what we were thinking. So it's like that. I think that helped a lot. But it's funny because that's when he was working on Grim Fandango. So it was a little. I think I got the impression it was more like he had been assigned to make sure that we weren't screwing it up, as opposed to he was excited to work on it because it's like he had his own thing that he was excited about doing. So it kind of felt like the few times that he was brainstorming with us, it was more like, what are you guys doing? Oh yeah, well that sounds funny. That's cool. Okay, yeah, that's great. Oh, maybe you could do a little of this, or I don't know that. Oh yeah, your idea is good too. Okay, that's fine. Oh, you know what? I probably need to go. So it's like, all right, well that's fine as long as nobody's saying, ooh, yeah, I wouldn't do that. So that's kind of how that started. And then we just kind of built out from there. Ron had left the company. We didn't know anything about what he thought. We didn't know what he meant to do after the ending of Monkey 2. Tim didn't tell us. I don't know if Tim knew. Dave wasn't there anymore either. Basically, there was no one there, and it kind of wasn't one of those situations where you can say, hey, can I call these people up? Because, I don't know, legal things maybe. I don't know. It was sort of like, I want to say that officially we were not approved to do that. And it's like, no, you guys are the ones that work here now. This is your project. You are doing this. So it's like, okay, well, it's not like the audience knows what the right answer is of what is supposed to happen after this Monkey 2 ending. So we just looked at it and said, what do we think happens next? So, like I said, obviously we knew we had to build off of that. We couldn't ignore that happened, but we had no idea where it was supposed to go.
So during your brainstorming sessions, did you replay the first 2 games?
Yeah. I mean, we went back pretty heavily and looked at both games. Again, a lot of it was like, this was pre-internet days or very early internet days. Like I remember, because we were project leads, only the project leads and senior execs got an internet connection on their computer at the company. So I remember one of the earliest things we were working on was we had a gag where it's like all the stuff inside the snake, that's riffing on the underwater gag where all the stuff you need is just out of reach. Mm-hmm. We're like, okay, let's do this and that and the other. And then one of the ideas was Jaws of Life, to break people out of cars if they're in a horrific car accident. And then we're all talking about it and we realized, does anybody know what the Jaws of Life look like? No. And back in those days, it was like, I'm going to have to go to the library and then, spend half a day, drive there, try to find reference. Is there even a book in the local library that has a photograph of the Jaws of Life? I don't know. That might be too obscure to expect to have in my local library. And then we're like, oh my gosh, wait, we have an internet connection. Maybe we get on there, Jaws of Life, we type it in and a picture came up and we're like, yes, the internet. That's how this thing works. Amazing. So we were thrilled to have that available. But yeah, the whole process was just kind of crazy. It was like trying to figure it out. And, we're trying to, there was no internet. So it's like, that was the internet we had there for reference. We're still figuring that out. But the flip side of that was there's nobody on the internet going, oh, LucasArts is making a new Monkey Island game. They better not, do this or screw that up or change the character design or whatever. It's like, we were happily oblivious to any of that. Nobody at the company was saying, don't change anything. Again, the technology had been, 5-6 years or whatever it was. It's like, so you're looking at the second Monkey Island game and we're like, well, it's not going to look like that because we've got twice the resolution. So it's going to be different. And so at that point, I was just feeling like it's fine to change things, and I don't know if I was right or wrong, but my feeling, I always kind of felt like I said, where I felt like some of the character designs were kind of drifting in different directions on the second Monkey Island game. I also was sort of confused visually by the style that was set by the box cover paintings and some of those close-ups that Ian McCaig did versus the little pixelated ones. It's sort of like, these are two different worlds. The pixelated ones don't have the same proportion. Like, even if you're saying these are supposed to be the same guy, the pixelated version didn't have the same proportions as the box cover. It's like, and part of that is probably because the resolution's so low you can't even do that. But a lot of it for me was like, it feels a little inconsistent. It feels like there were a lot of individual amazing artists that did a little bit of a different thing, and they mixed it all together because there was no art director. There's no animation director. There's no art director. The way the projects worked was the project leader just kind of said, make some cool stuff. But like, nobody, there was a most senior artist that got the most cool project work on a project, but that person had no managerial authority over anybody else doing art on the project. So I think what happened was the programmer, designer person, project lead was in over their head visually. They would give the cool assignments to the best artists and lesser assignments to lesser artists, and nobody officially had the authority to go tell one artist to change their work to better match something else. So that's kind of how we evolved, where Day of the Tentacle, I was the lead animator and I had the authority to tell people to change stuff. And then so on and so on, we kind of evolved, animation director, that kind of thing. But because of that, like, no, I just thought, all right, I'm going to change it. I'm going to set a style. I'm going to do, because I had done that on the previous two projects, trying to come up with new styles each time we do a new game. So I kind of wanted to do that. And I felt like, I always kind of felt like the comedy that was in Monkey Island, I expected because of the comedy of the writing, I expected the visuals to be a little more comedic looking, a little more exaggerated. That's kind of what I saw in my head. So I thought, well, let me try that a little bit. We kind of pushed Day of the Tentacle more extreme than Maniac Mansion was. And so I kind of wanted to do a similar thing, make it look a little more comedic for Curse of Monkey Island. So there are characters and looks to the thing on the game that I think are more successful. There are ones I think are less successful. I put myself through the ringer on that too with the character designs. I came up with a lot of bad ones early on. I ended up doing some early ones it was a quirky art style that matched an illustration style that I liked, that was more primitive. And I thought, this will be bizarre and interesting. And it's funny because now that I think about it, not that it looked anything like it, but by primitive, I mean Return to Monkey Island style. You know, it's sort of, it's got a primitivism to it. It's not fully rotating dimensional characters in the way we did on Curse. So I was kind of leaning in that direction where it was more quirky and exaggerated and stylized for the character designs in the first round that I did on Curse. And then we, meanwhile, had hired all these classically trained animators from Sheridan College in Toronto to help us animate this thing. We're saying it's going to be fully cinematic. And they were all confused with what I was doing because they're like, wait, I thought you wanted this fully cinematic stuff, but then you're doing these primitive characters. Are we doing primitive anime? And then I realized, okay, my visual design idea is not matching what I want for animation. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm in over my head. I've just learned to animate on the job. These guys just spent 4 years getting a degree at one of the top schools in the country or in Canada. So it's like, all right, I need to rethink this. So I did a few rounds on that and got in over my head. I ended up handing off some of the character design work then to some of those guys. And I'm trying to think who did what, but Derek Sakai, I think he did the final Guybrush. Obviously, it's based on a lot of Guybrush sketches that I did and things that I was pointing at and, asking for. I think Kevin McAuliffe did the LeChuck. I had a sketch for LeChuck that was very similar that I liked, that I was nudging him towards with that. Some of the senior animators helped me nail down a lot of those characters. I think the Barbary Coast Pirates. I did Haggis. I mean, a lot of it evolved. All those things, like, because I wasn't animating anymore and I was directing, I would do a lot of concept sketches and just kind of say, this is the direction I'm thinking. Let's see where we can get with this. And sometimes the characters had to change, and sometimes they were able to do something very similar and fully realize that and make it very dimensional and make that work. I think, honestly, it's funny because I think Guybrush is probably the least successful character design in Curse, and that's my fault, So it's like I'm kind of bummed because I like where we went with all the other characters, but Guybrush still doesn't quite work. I like the idea of saying, let's exaggerate him more. Let's make him kind of long and lanky and dorky looking a little bit more. I don't know that it's great. There are things about it that work, that are fun. It's not my favorite Guybrush of all the Guybrushes. But
what would you have changed if you could have redone Guybrush in Curse?
I think the Tales from Monkey Island Guybrush got a little closer to what I was shooting for. At least when I look at concept art for that, the 3D I think was still kind of limited, as 3D was back then. It was kind of in that ballpark, and maybe I would have blended something like that. I'm trying to think of some of the others. So, somewhere between that and what Steve had on his original box cover paintings for the first two games, somewhere in that ballpark, I think would be better. It's funny because I was trying to exaggerate him more, but Guybrush is the protagonist. He's kind of the everyman more than other people, so he probably didn't need to be as exaggerated. So my apologies to the vocal fan base out there that says I ruined their lives, ruined their childhoods or whatever for that. I we try stuff. Some works out, some doesn't.
Now, you've mentioned in the past that the artwork for Curse was drawn on paper, scanned in high resolution, and converted to vector art files, which theoretically means that if these vector files are found, then Curse could be easily remastered to 4K or 8K or whichever future resolution you have. So, where are those files?
I wish I knew. And I'm sure that's a conversation that somebody that has more time on their hands might want to have with some of the current staff over at Lucasfilm Games. All of those things. I mean, my guess is that took up a ton of storage space back then. It was crazy amount of data. I fear that at some point, a few years down the line, somebody said, this is not critical and we need the space. I don't know. It's hard to say because a lot of the art that was done on paper in the early days ended up in flat files. And as offices moved around, by the time I left LucasArts in 2000, that flat file full of artwork ended up buried in a storage room somewhere. And very few people that were still there even knew where it was or what was in it. And I heard it even got worse after that when they moved to the Presidio. Thankfully, nothing got thrown out, but it's weird. Like they came out with a nice coffee table book 5-10 years after I left, and it was full of a bunch of that art. And every single one of the captions read "artist unknown." It's like,
come on,
okay, you're going to spend all this time to write a book, and you're not going to bother to call up someone like myself or Peter Chan. I mean, I could look at every one of those pieces of art and tell you who did it because I was there when the art was made. So it just, that kind of stuff is frustrating. So I don't know where those files are. They may be on a dusty old hard drive somewhere. I don't know. They may be gone. It is disappointing because they did so many special edition, remastered, whatever they called them, of those early games back when Double Fine was pushing for that and got some funding to do it. And then Curse of Monkey Island would have been the logical next one to do. And then we kind of stopped there. And it's like, I don't know if all the high res versions of that animation still exist somewhere, because obviously they had to go back and redo all that animation for Throttle and Dot. Whereas like if you could just pull the files out, and I mean, I think Bill Tiller, I mean, you tell me, you probably talked about it. You guys chatted for 4 hours too. I'm assuming all of his background art, started in high resolution Photoshop files, and then he crunched it down. Mm-hmm. So at one point, they all existed in high res as well. And I don't know if he has those still, or if they were on a hard drive that Lucasfilm still has somewhere, or if they got tossed. But yeah, theoretically, all that stuff did exist. As to whether it still exists, I don't know. And I would love to see a remaster of it. I'm not sure where I fall. Like, it's funny because Bill has asked me about this occasionally over the years. Like, hey, what do you think? We approached them about doing a special or a special edition. It's like, I'm trying to think like the difference. To me, I kind of feel like a remaster. If you think about music, where they take that album from the 70s and they go, let's remaster it. If I'm using the term correctly, that'll be, we go back to the master tapes or all the individual instruments that were perfectly captured, and then we destroyed them when we mixed in 10 channels down to the 4 tracks or however it works. Like, stuff gets lost because of how bad the technology was back in the 60s or 70s. And we can go back to the better versions and we can do a remastered version that is the exact same song. It's the exact same takes of the performance, but it's a better version. To me, I like that. And I like bonus stuff like let's do commentary, let's do concept art, let's show the making of, all of that. I like. I'm not sure I'm a huge fan of special edition, if that's term is used correctly. Like, let's go, or like a remake, like, let's go back in and take the original design and let's do, high res new animation, or let's do it in 3D now or whatever. It's like, I kind of feel like if you're going to do that, why don't you just make a sequel or make something else? I don't know.
I agree.
But maybe fans think differently about it. I'm part of that is me, like, would I want to work on something like that? Not really, because it's like, I'd rather do something new. But I do like the idea of like, can we get a better version that's better preserving the original game, or is more true to what it intended? Like even the Throttle and Day of the Tentacle remasters, God, they put in so much work, and there's so much beautiful work, like getting all that animation into high res. But I still look at it and I go, and to be fair, I worked on that. Like they paid me to do high res large drawings of what do all these Full Throttle characters look like that don't have close-ups? Because the face is too many pixels, I can't tell what the guy's nose looks like. So I did a bunch of character art for that. But I still look at some of the things and it's like, like the high res Bernard, I'm like, that nose doesn't look right, and part of it is like, my mind combines the pixels in the original version into his nose, and that's how I see it. And so I'm not saying that the artist that went in and did the high res version, or even if it was me, did it wrong. It's just sort of like, they did the best they could, myself included, with trying to make it, but it's not the thing that I see in my head based on looking at the pixelated version for so long. So it's just sort of weird to see
the same goes for the suction sound of the Tentacle, because I'm used to hearing the suction sound as something that's very low res and very compressed and clipping, because it's very highly compressed, and they got the master tapes and they recreated that sound, and it sounds crisp and crystal clear, but it's not the clippy low-res sound that I'm used to.
Well, to my point earlier, sort of like art styles or whatever, primitive. Sometimes primitive is great, and the same with audio, all that stuff. It's got a certain flavor. Like you said earlier, limitations, you come up with certain creative solutions. And sometimes if you got the full version, then it's going to feel different. So it's interesting to see. I know some people feel differently, and they're excited about, it's my favorite game and it's, high res and it's even better. So different opinions.
Now, why did you choose to change Guybrush's personality in the game?
You're not talking artistically. You're talking about actually his personality, like how he behaves, how he speaks.
Not how he behaves, how he speaks, because it's the first stocky version of Guybrush. But in Monkey Island 2, Guybrush is a jerk. In Curse, he's not.
That's interesting. When you first said that, I'm like, I wasn't aware that we did. But now that you point out, yeah, it's like, all right, it's probably more of a personal thing. Like stylistically, I don't like characters that are jerks. So it was probably not an overt thing. Like there's a problem with Guybrush in the second game. We need to fix it. I think it's more just like, that's what I tend to do. And so it probably just started leaning in that direction, and Jonathan the same way. And then as we brought on Chuck and Chris, other people start working on it, probably a little bit of their style and a little bit of the tone we already set. And so things just start to shift. Cause I don't remember that as being a conscious choice, which is interesting. But he feels right to me. Like, I don't feel like I said, I'm commenting on what I did with the visual design and am aware that I changed it and some people didn't like it. But until you mentioned that, I'm like, oh, I wasn't really aware that we did that with his personality. But I'm not going to apologize for it because I think we did it right. So, but it also makes me think of Murray because I'm sure everybody's heard the story before. Murray, I just kept putting skulls in early versions of art, and Bill ran with it. And then the very first scene with them in the ship shooting the cannon, there's not a lot of characters to talk to. We got that the floating skull. And it's like, hey, wouldn't it be funny if we talked to the character? And so it kind of evolved from that. And then, of course, we started realizing, wait, there's skulls everywhere. What if it's the same guy? And obviously he's already magical. He's a disembodied talking skull. So we don't have to explain how he got there. So we went nuts, and that was a character that was never planned. But I remember the first version of writing that scene, we knew he's antagonistic, because he's one of LeChuck's guys. He's trying to stop you. And Jonathan's first pass at it was, he was a mean character. And this literally was like, he puts the scene together and he starts writing the thing and spent, I'm sure, an hour or something, and then he's like, hey, I just did this for this character. Let me know what you think. And he reads through it or plays through it. And I remember just kind of going, and I'm like, yeah, it's like, he's just kind of a jerk. and not that having a character that's antagonistic is a problem, but like, it wasn't funny. Like, he had some jokes in there, but I didn't like them because I didn't like the character. And so then I'm like, well, what are we doing with this guy? And so I kind of said, well, it's kind of funny though that he's threatening Guybrush. It's like, what if we just kind of crank that up? So then he's like, oh yes, I know exactly. And so then he goes back and it's like, everything is like preposterous. So then it's like all these things about the terrible stuff that Murray's going to do to you. And Guybrush is just like, how are you going to do that? You can't walk, when I stride through the gates of hell, and it's like, stride? Okay, roll. Okay. So everything is like, he's just cranked up to 11, all the things that he says. It's like, if you take a character and make them just kind of mean, then they're just a jerk. But if you make them so over the top mean, they're just hilarious. And especially if clearly what they're saying they're going to do that's mean is something they're not capable of doing because they have no arms and legs or whatever the thing is. So it's like, then that was just like, oh, now we know where the comedy is. But you don't hate the character because it's like, I don't take any of this seriously. Murray, you can't do any of this stuff, So I don't know. I think that's kind of the direction we leaned with a lot of those characters. Preposterous is more fun, I think.
Now, speaking of Murray, I recently talked to Daniel Albu, who voiced Murray in the game. And we discussed the fact that his initial role in the game was pretty minor, and only after positive feedback to the demo did you give Murray a more substantial role. Can you elaborate a bit on the changes you had to make in the plot? Because, like you said, you had skulls all over the game, so you can replace them with Murray. But did you change anything in the plot to make him part of the plot in terms of conversations and in terms of even as an inventory item?
Right. I'm trying to remember. I'll be honest with you. I'm not going to remember enough details to know. I want to say, like I mentioned earlier, it was literally like, oh my God, Murray's already in all of these scenes. It was literally that realization. The minute we put that together and people liked it, I think one or both of the programmers, Jonathan, were like, I was just going through all the rooms. It's like, we could put Murray here, 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 here. And we're like, oh, that's great. You know? I think it was literally that simple. And then I want to say that, like, he doesn't play a major story role. It's just, this is somebody else I can talk to. And I know some Murray jokes that we can put in here, you know, and he's going to, I think he might be involved in some of the puzzles a little bit more then, because now he's an antagonist again, or I can't remember if he ever gives you any clues, or maybe he drops a hint about some story things. I'm not remembering enough details on that, but it literally was, oh, geez, he's already there. We just need to bring him to life and have him tell more Murray jokes. So it's like, I mean, his concept is, I'm going to stop you. Come over here and let me bite you so I can stop you. You know, that's who Murray is, you know, and it's like, all right, he's not really going to stop me, but I'll pause for a minute and have a chat with him because he's funny. So.
And you mentioned earlier when you talked about Full Throttle that adventure game players usually don't like having action sequences in their point-and-click adventure games. So why did you choose to add action sequences to Curse of Monkey Island?
I want to say, I'm trying to remember if we had it in the original design. I think some of it was just Jonathan had talked to Tim, and apparently Tim had done a ship combat kind of thing for like Secret of Monkey Island, like a really preliminary thing. I don't know how functional it was or how far along in the concept he got, but I think they were playing around with something like that. And he mentioned to Jonathan, like, oh, we had this kind of thing in there. And I want to say Chris Purvis was the one that put it together. Maybe it was Chris and Jonathan together. But I think literally some of it was just, oh, it wouldn't be that hard to do that now because of X, Y, and Z, because the tech had advanced so much. And that was even like, oh, and some of these problems that we had on Full Throttle, you know, that made the Smash Up Derby not very fun to play will be better because of these technology changes. So, and I forget, is the ship combat skippable? I'm not remembering, or is it?
You can choose the easy mode.
Yeah. So I think that was our thinking. If people don't like action gaming, then you can sort of bypass it, or you can do a truncated version of it, and that's fine. Then that's what you like. You can play it your way. If you do like that, we think it's kind of fun. It worked better than the action scenes in Throttle, so we wanted to give it a shot. And then obviously it's tied in with the update to insult sword fighting. And that was a tough one too, because we're like, okay, don't really want to copy that first game, but it was such a beloved thing, and it was such a creative twist on how you bring sword fighting into a puzzle conversational game that's not really an action game. And I'm sure we probably said, like, well, should we do real sword fighting if we're doing ship combat? You know, should they actually start? And it's like, no, that's wrong. That's not how a Monkey Island sword fight works. You know, you can't go back to that now. But I think it was more like, well, they didn't have insult sword fighting in the second game, so if we bring it back and we do a little bit of a twist on it, it's not an exact copy, even though it kind of is. But it's like, maybe it's a return to a beloved classic with a little bit of a twist. That's enough that people will be happy to see it and not feel like we're just stealing from the first game. So, and so mixing the ship combat with that, it's like, all right, the combination of these two is kind of fun. A little bit of action, a little bit of conversational puzzly thing, a little bit of twist with the rhyming, and then the musical thing that gets us into it. And it's like, this feels like kind of a fun new way to do it. I kind of wish we did more music with it. I wish we turned the whole damn thing into a musical. That would have been great.
But then it would have been problematic to for the localization themes.
Exactly.
Because a pirate I was meant to be was removed in all non-English versions.
Yeah, and I'm surprised they did that. I don't know why they didn't just subtitle it and figure you're fine, whatever. Although I guess because the rhyming. Well, no, the rhyming puzzles was insult sword fighting, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Yeah, I wasn't involved in that decision.
The rhyming in insult sword fighting is essential to the plot. The rhyming in the pirate that was meant to be is not.
Yeah.
I rhymed it.
Excellent.
Now, people don't remember this nowadays, but back in the day, Curse's design failed to resonate with some diehard fans of the first two games. But fast forward 26 years later, and it seems that nowadays it has become everyone's favorite entry. There is a whole generation that considers Curse as the definitive Monkey Island game. Why do you think that is?
You know what? Some of this, I think, is just literally, I was a kid and Curse was the first Monkey Island game I played. So it tainted, I mean, think about it. There's so many people now that go, this horrifically bad Saturday morning animated show that was created to sell frosty sugar cereal and toys is my favorite thing ever. And you're like, why? It's terrible. Because I was 6 when I first saw it, and it was a foundational experience for me. Not that I'm saying our game was crappy, but why you might like one over another, I think there's a little bit of that. There's a nostalgia thing, or foundational experience, like I said. The other thing that I will pat ourselves on the back a little bit more is we were pushing to have high production values. We did, some serious animation. We did some gorgeous environment paintings that, Bill's background art. We did a lot of animation. We had, wall-to-wall jokes. There's a lot of fun stuff in there. So even if you look at it and go, oh, this kind of changed the tone, or this character, the look of the characters changed, or whatever, even if you don't think it matches exactly what you wanted the next game in the series to be, I think in and of itself, it's a fun, funny, entertaining, good-looking, well-animated game. I mean, we won an Annie Award, which is I forget what the name of the animation organization is in French, and so I'm forgetting what it is, but whatever. It's the animation organization for people in the animation industry, and they give awards to their peers. We won an Annie Award in '98 or whatever for the game, so it's like other animators recognizing this was a well-animated video game. That's a significant accomplishment. So I'm really proud of that. And speaking of lost media, somewhere there is a tape. They actually televised the awards show for whatever the 1998 Annie Awards were. I'm trying to remember. Jay Thomas, I think, was the comedian that was the host, and then I forget the actress's name. She was the actress in Sabrina the Teenage Witch TV show in the 90s. She
Melissa Joan Hart.
What?
Melissa Joan Hart?
That's her. She presented me with the award. And I had a tuxedo on and had to go up on stage and thank everybody. And I was terrified. And looking back at it, I'm like, I did make sure I had the list of all the main artists and animators to thank everybody. And then I complete at the Oscars, it's like, I want to thank the Academy. And then they go on and thank the producer and director and their family. Mm-hmm. I forgot I want to thank the Academy part. Like the people that gave me the damn award, not me, that gave the project the award. I forgot to say thank you to the whatever foundation. So it's like, all right, kick myself for that. But somewhere apparently there exists, unless they taped over it, it's probably on videotape and then they reused the tapes. But it was televised. And, it's like 30 seconds long.
We'll find the tape.
It's funny because I actually went to the website for the Annie Awards, and they do have links to some previous award show video posted, but I couldn't find that year. I can't remember if they just sort of had the last decade's worth or they just happened to have missed that year or whatever. But apparently, and it was funny because like my uncle called my mom the next day and he's like, did I see Larry on TV? I was like flipping channels. And then by the time I went past it and I'm like, wait a minute, that looks like Larry. And then I flipped back and, he's walking off and I'm like, what was that? So I was like, yeah, I think the one time I've been on TV. And it was like probably some local Los Angeles channel. Nobody watched it.
As project lead on Curse of Monkey Island, I wanted to ask you, how did you oversee such a big project, and what was your definition of done? When did you feel that the game was ready to ship, and how long after that was the game in stores?
First of all, like I said, having a co-project leader working with Jonathan Ackley, that's the only way that was possible. And it's funny because it's like I look back, like those three projects we've been mostly talking about, Dot, Throttle, and Curse. It's like you do a couple projects in a row with teams like that, and you kind of get used to it. And I've worked on some great projects since with talented people, but I've also worked on a bunch of projects since with talented people where it's like things were like 10 times as hard, or I just sort of assumed it would all come together and then it didn't. And then you go back and you scratch your head and you're like, what went wrong? And then it's like, oh, I just kind of got spoiled. We were like working at a company at a time with like the perfect confluence of people, technology, events, talent, all of that stuff. It was just easier to do good stuff because everybody was really good on your team. Like it was really rare that you got somebody assigned to your team and you're like, I'm not sure what I want to give this person. They're not quite cutting it. I mean, there were a couple of times in the 10 years there where I asked to have somebody maybe shifted to another project or you had to give them a lesser assignment. But most of the time it's like, oh, here's a new person. Great. Let's give them a thing. Oh my God, they're amazing. Okay, go do everything now. You know, so that solved a lot of problems that most projects run into is everybody's just insanely good at what they do. And then again, I think after a couple of these games where you're kind of stumbling around and figuring out how things work, then you're like, I got an idea for what to do the next time. And you're doing that. And it's like, you already kind of tried some similar things. And this is the next step. You're building on cool things you did last time. So that was great. It just felt like most of the people you give an assignment to, it's like, oh, remember this thing on this? Let's kind of run with that idea, but maybe, do something cooler on top. And then they go off and go, okay, I tried this and then I added this and I was thinking this new thing. And you're like, yeah, do that, So it's a lot easier to direct somebody when your job entails, yes, do the thing that you already started doing. That's a really easy job as a director. And then like the other thing, like splitting the lead role, Jonathan and I both did story and game design. And that all happened before the team got assigned to the project, other than like Bill Tiller doing visual development and then Mark Overney doing some character design and Derek Sakai and Kevin McAuliffe. I think they came on kind of early and were helping with that as well. So they were kind of helping put together some of that visual stuff. We were doing some storyboarding on the early demo and some of the cutscenes that we knew we were starting with. But a lot of the process otherwise was like, we split things up. Like Jonathan was dealing with all the tech. I don't know anything about the tech. And so he was managing that. And then the writers, I mean, again, this cracks me up now because I'm guessing it's not a common thing. But back then we were able to find people that were programmers / writers. So it's like we had Jonathan, Chuck Jordan, and Chris Purvis. all three of them were doing the job of programming and writing and rigging up all the puzzles structure as well. So it's like, it's a weird skill set, but people wearing multiple hats, I think, made things easier because you don't have that weird game of telephone where somebody is just dealing with their one focused thing and handing it off to the next person on the assembly line. And then in that case, a manager is running around frantically trying to explain what they got wrong, from the previous person on the line, I was able to go around on the art team, and it was the same thing. It's like we had all the like I did layout sketches, like just thumbnail things of a lot of the ideas for the environments, because I wanted to at least show Bill, like, this is what I was thinking when we were imagining these scenes and designing, these puzzles. Because a lot of it is sort of like, it helps you figure out contextually, like, if I've got 3 puzzles that are happening here, I was assuming spatially that the character is in this location and can see this item here on this side and this item over here to make that work. Because if you've already got that in your head, it helps to give that to the artist, because they might think of another angle and it looks great, and then you realize, oh, that's not going to work very well for the puzzle. So there's a lot of that stuff where I kind of did some sketches to kind of say, this could be wrong, this may not look right in terms of the exact angle, but I was thinking this for this reason. And so some of the sketches I did that way, Bill was like, that looks great, I'm just going to do the detailed version of that. And other ones, we changed it around. And some of it, it's like, some of it I hadn't problem solved all that spatial stuff. And so he would dig into a lot of that and figure out 10 things happening in this room. What's the right angle to show this room, and how do we do that? Or what's the right design for the room? Maybe it needs to be twice as tall or whatever. So he did a lot of stuff on that. So again, it's like Bill has obviously gone on, to do game design and things like that. Having that multiple skill set meant I could just go, here's what I'm thinking. Can you solve it from there? And also make a gorgeous painting out of it, And the animation team, same thing. I mean, I think I spent most of my time directing animation, because the art and animation team was the biggest group of people on the project. I forget how many it was, but it's like 10 or 15 people or whatever. So I spent a good part of my day just kind of going from person to person, because you're either giving new assignments or you're problem solving. Like after you gave an assignment, they kind of looked at some layout things or did some keyframes, and then you got to check in and problem solve. Or if they figured it out, then you're approving whatever. And different stages of the animation, you're kind of giving notes on, that needs to be more extreme, or let's make that more comedic, or let's make that more scary. A lot of that kind of stuff. You're just kind of going and seeing. And a ton of my work on directing is more like, I'm the person that understands what's happening with the story there, that a person on the animated scene may not have all that context. Like I can say, I'm looking at the other 10 people's work, and this is going to connect up this way, or the flavor of these other tunes that scenes that surround it are more wacky, and so you need to be more wacky with yours. So a lot of that is like you're still kind of being the connecting thread through a lot of stuff, or you're communicating story like, oh no, Guybrush isn't going to be happy-go-lucky here. He's going to be actually worried. So make this match that story point. Because not everybody. I mean, we give everybody the script, but again, it doesn't have every detail of dialogue written yet. It's just more. It's a story overview and it's a puzzle chart. And everybody reads it, but they're not constantly referring to it. They read it at the beginning, and then we're a month or two in and they forget half of it. So you're kind of there having to go around and say, no, this is what's happening in the scene. This animation needs to go this way. And then it's like, so much of our process is just, we're building rough versions and we're constantly refining and iterating, So we wire up the game that way. I mean, the first version of the game is literally scribbly stick figures, backgrounds, programmer art, horrifically bad. Start to swap in these 5-second, pencil sketches that were done on a note card so we could lay out and figure out a sequence, and they're horrifically bad still, even though they're not programmer art. They should be. Start to scan those in, start to do my rough thumbnails, update to that version, then Bill's rough version, then Bill's painted version, and it just, everything builds. Animations are the same way. It's like we've got placeholder stuff, or maybe the character's just walking in and it just pops to the ending frame from the start frame. Then you build in, we'll layer in rough animations. Trying to remember if we actually bothered with an intermediate step of scanned pencil versions overlaid in the scene before they were colored. We might have done that. I'm forgetting. But obviously all those pencil animations, they had to be scanned, vectorized, colorized, and then crunched down to the right resolution and then overlaid into the scene. So we may have done some interim versions in black and white of some of those. I can't remember. Might have been for a few scenes just to see it, or maybe those didn't go in the game. I have a feeling those were probably just done outside the game. You want to see the sequence all strung together. So we'd have rough versions of a cut scene, but I don't know that we threw any of those into the game. Like that would be a modular piece that you do outside the game and then throw it in when it's done. Or maybe it was completely different and I'm remembering wrong. I could be making stuff up by now, Daniel. I'll be honest with you.
No problem.
I spent so long rambling about everything that I don't think I fully answered your question about like, when do you know it's done? That was interesting because we got to a point near the end of Curse, and art was finishing up, and I was less busy, and a lot of the stuff that was happening was technical side or implementation of things that had already been created, visual or whatever. And so there was more going on for the programmers to do than for me. Like I was sort of like finishing, and I think Jonathan was getting excited about, we're wrapping this up. Everything's looking great. And I don't know if I told him I was going to do it or he thought it was going to be less, but I kind of went through and like, well, I'm going to start playing this damn thing then and start making my punch list, they call it, right? It's like you play through and this is all the stuff that you want to punch up. And part of it was because we were doing pretty good with the schedule. It wasn't like we were panicking, like we're coming in months late. Oh my God, what are we going to do? It was tight, but it felt like we're almost there and it's looking good. So I spent some of my less stressful days, like I'm going to go through, I'm going to play, I'm going to check stuff, and I'm going to make my list. And I think Jonathan knew I was making a list, but I don't know if he thought it might be like half a page or what. I think I had like a 10-page list, and it was just polished stuff. It was, this weird, the timing on this thing is wrong, So some of it was just like, I think a lot of it was like, the programmers can go through and tune this, it's like a technical thing, the timing on this is off, or this thing triggers simultaneous to this other thing. And for it to be funnier, it needs to be this followed by that. So there's just a lot of stuff like that. Like, this could be better with a whole bunch of little things. Like nothing on my list was like, oh, here's a scene that's missing. It was all just like, how do we tighten up everything that's there? And then when I showed Jonathan my list, at first he was like, oh, because he's like, I thought we were done. And he's like, well, then let's go through it. And then when I started going through it, we got partway through and he's like, yeah, you're right about this stuff. And then he said, and again, he realized like none of the stuff was big stuff. It was all just tuning things. And he's like, yeah, we can probably do this stuff. And then he sat down with Chris and Chuck and kind of looked at all of it. And they're like, and I forget how long it took, but I want to say it was like another week or something. I forget. It was not significant in the larger scope of things, but it was like, this is the polish that we want to put on the thing. And I never got to do that on Full Throttle. we did that on Day of the Tentacle. The Full Throttle was like I said, I felt like I put scenes in there that were rough versions of the animated scene I wanted it to be. And it's like, I still have to leave it that way because it's better having that cinematic piece in there, even if it's rough, than not having it, because it feels like it's moving the genre forward. So, so that was my thing. I wanted to have that polish level, and I'm thrilled that we got to do it. So, that's how we knew it was done.
Well done.
Thanks.
Pun intended. I'd like to discuss the Mega Monkey mode for a sec. Did you design the puzzles with the hard mode solution in mind initially and then figure out how to make them easier for the easy mode? Or did you start by creating the puzzles for the easy mode and then work on adapting them for the more challenging Mega
No,
Monkey?
it was the former. I think it would have been impossible to try to design the basic version and then say, how do we make a harder version? No, it was because we were sensitive to complaints. I mean, I guess we heard something. I don't know if it was over the internet. It might have been in the press. I mean, back then, gaming magazines were the thing. I forget where, but we were aware that people were not thrilled that Full Throttle was kind of short. I guess it came out of reviews, is my thinking. Kind of short and not as difficult or complex in terms of puzzles, especially compared to Monkey 2. That thing's crazy complex and long. So we were sensitive to that, and especially being a sequel following Monkey 2, we thought we've got to make something that feels long enough and more complex. So that's what we started to design. And I'm trying to remember, but I want to say easy mode was a thing that we came to late in the project, where somebody was sort of talking about, like, I think it was probably related to hints, because we did hint books back then. There was no, websites with hints, probably, or if there was, I didn't know about them because there was 10 websites on the internet. But so I think it was one of those things, like, well, we're having to do a hint book, and we're like, would it make sense to try to do an easier version? Because one of the things that we toyed with was an in-game hint system, and I still think that would be cool. It's just it's a lot more work. But it occurred to us, like, I forget, like we realized we had the voodoo lady. I think there was like a couple of characters in there where we were like, this character could logically tell you anything you need to know, like just based on who they are conceptually, that this is a magic, fortune teller. They can tell you the answer to the damn puzzle if we need, and you can couch it in terms that are more like from the story perspective, not the puzzle solving perspective. And so we sort of toyed with that idea, like, could we do a version where you can just go talk to the voodoo lady or some other character on each island and get more hints to make it easier for any ability level, any difficulty level. And I would have loved to have done that, but it would have taken so much more writing. And we realized, like, Joe Ashburn, who was the guy that typically wrote all of our hint books, and those were big book projects in and of themselves. And the way he wrote those hints was in character, in story. There was a lot of creative writing that went into writing those hint books, and we realized that would be a whole huge project, like he did separately for those books. And so it just wasn't feasible. But then somebody said, or we could just make an easier version and just turn off some of the puzzles. And I'm trying to remember, I could be miscrediting, but I want to say that Jonathan asked Chris Purvis to go look at it and see how that might work. And he came back and was like, look, I got a hit list here of all these scenes and how they could be simplified. And of course, the good structure is when you have a complex puzzle tree in terms of your design, if you start with that complex, it starts with the high level information and then branches out into more and more complex feathering branches. It's much easier to turn off some of those end branches. It's like, instead of having the sub puzzle of this thing where you have to go get the 2 items that allow you to unlock the next item higher up the branch that you need to combine with another item to unlock the next item up the branch. We can just give you that one item that accomplishes the next thing. And sometimes give you the thing means we just put it out in the open. And sometimes it's like a character just tells you the thing, or some of the things we just took the item out. I forget how it all worked, but it's like, it's not that hard to make a simple version out of a harder version.
Well, you talked about working on the guy shooting the cannon in Monkey Island 2. Now, in the easy mode in Monkey Island 2, you win the speeding competition much easier than you do in the harder version. And so you don't need him at all because you don't need to blow the horn for him to shoot the cannon. So he's not in the easy mode.
I forgot that Monkey 2 even had that. So obviously it wasn't our idea. Never mind. It's
okay.
40 years ago or 30 years ago. I'm probably misremembering.
40 years ago.
How long ago was it?
I feel old. It's 26 years ago.
Okay. I am officially
I'm talking
old.
about Curse.
It was a while ago.
Yeah. Now, how soon after listening to his audition did you realize that Dominic Armato was perfect as the voice of Guybrush?
I think it was pretty much immediate. Did you interview him?
We did.
Okay, cool. I got to watch some more of these interviews. I haven't gotten around to it yet. But yeah, no, it was funny. You may have heard this story before, but it was like Darrow O'Farrell was the voice director and did casting. I'm trying to think if Tamlin Miglio, I forget her last name. I may be getting that wrong. People with maiden names and married names, I may be mixing those up. But anyway, they were great about casting. Like Jonathan and I just sort of went in and we wrote up a character description. Some of these characters everybody already knew, obviously Guybrush, LeChuck, but we still sort of said, well, this is what we're picturing. So with Guybrush, I think we pretty much said, Guybrush is like Michael J. Fox, like from Back to the Future. And I think there may have been some other references that we threw in, but that was kind of the vibe that we gave. I think LeChuck, we just said, booming, deep voice, but kind of over the top comedic, not sinister as much as kind of on the line between funny, sinister. So we had notes for all the characters, but they went out and they just got a bunch of tapes of people, and I can't remember. It seems like LeChuck and some of the other characters, they found somebody pretty quickly. Like a lot of times it was like, we got, 20 audition tapes or however many they get. These are what we think are the top 5. If you're not finding what you like in these 5, we can dig through all 20 or 100 or whatever they were. But that's kind of how that process went. So they did a lot of the hard work on saying, these are what we're seeing. This is what we think. And I think we found Earl Bowen for LeChuck, and we're pretty happy with him pretty quickly. But yeah, Guybrush was that went a few rounds, and I forget how many people we listened to, but we were not thrilled with a lot of them. They all just felt like we were getting some that were just like really whiny cartoon character guys, and then other people that just felt like they had no personality at all. Like they were just straight man, and like I said, that was sort of the struggle I had with character design on Guybrush as well. It's like, where does this character fall? Is he just sort of the everyman? Is he more extreme and comedic? What do you do with that, both visually and in terms of the voice? To your point too about the Guybrush in the second game, how sarcastic and mean versus gullible and naive. Where is that line? So it was hard, and it just kept feeling like we're hearing a bunch of voices that we didn't like. And then I can't remember if the VO people of Dara and everybody were already telling us like, this is the guy. but they definitely said, like when Dominic auditioned, they're saying, well, Dominic is saying that he's the guy. Like, he had played the games, because I guess a bunch of the actors, of course, didn't know. It's not like these were mainstream like they are now. So like a bunch of the people that auditioned had no idea what these games were. And so it was a thrill just for the voice team to go, the guy knows the character. But not only that, he says, I'm a huge fan and I am Guybrush, you know. So they were telling us that when they delivered the tape. And I think we listened to the other update, you know, that we got, but I think it was pretty clear, like, oh yeah, this guy, I don't know that we go, this guy is it, because we might not have heard the other 4 tapes that they were giving us, but it was like, oh, this is good. This is good. It was definitely that, you know, and then we listened to the others and we're like, no, those are all terrible. That first guy, he's great, you know, whatever it was. Maybe we heard him somewhere in the middle. I don't know, but it was definitely, that's the guy, because he's got a humor in the voice. Like he can do the straight lines, he can do the sarcasm, but it doesn't feel mean. He can do the real goofy. I felt like his tone of voice is leaning into that thing. Like he feels friendly. He feels like a friendly guy, but when he goes into sarcasm, let me hit you with that joke, it's like, oh, it's clever too. And it just really works. So, I mean, obviously, he's played the character ever since. So everybody agrees. People have redesigned what Guybrush looks like since then, but nobody's changed the actor. So obviously, that was the right decision.
Mm-hmm. So Curse of Monkey Island marked the end of an era at LucasArts, with it being the last Scum game and their last 2D adventure game. Were you aware of the fact at that time that this would be the last 2D adventure game from LucasArts?
Well, not the last adventure game, because they obviously had to escape from Monkey Island, but it was definitely the last Scum game. Yeah, because Tim was already...
Escape from Monkey Island was 3D, so this was the last 2D.
Yeah, that's true. Last 2D. Yeah, we kind of saw the writing on the wall, because Tim was already going in that direction with Grim Fandango. It was hard to say, like, his, you know, everybody was sort of on the precipice of that. Like, it's hard to get a visual look in 3D games that anybody was happy with artistically. And Tim's solution for Grim Fandango was clever in that it's supposed to look like these primitive Day of the Dead figurines. So they're supposed to be not detailed and gorgeous looking. They're supposed to be like carvings and toys and whatever. So it's like, all right, that was a great creative choice for the limitations, but we were all kind of unsure, like, is the next game after that is the tech going to be so improved that then you don't have to come up with an excuse for why your art is limited, or what's it going to be like? So we knew it was going that direction. We just didn't know how long it was going to take. So yeah, and a lot of us, like I said, we were looking at a lot of what was happening in animation, in TV and film, you know, and trying to say, what is the best 2D version of an adventure story game that we can do right now? So we kind of had a feeling like this probably wasn't going to be sustainable. And we knew 3D and action games and hybrid styles and other genres of games were coming. They were already doing the Jedi Knight games and that kind of thing. So things were changing. We kind of knew this was probably the last of this type of game.
Now I want to talk about the Easter eggs. Did you take part in the creation of any of the Easter eggs?
I don't think I did. If I did, it might have been making some offhand comment or joke and somebody going, oh, we could put that in, you know. Most Easter eggs end up being put in by programmers. And because our guys were programmer writers, you know, that's where all that stuff comes from, typically.
I mean, there was the Easter egg in which you can see a scene from The Dig, that Maggie is being attacked by the spider. You have Manny in the game, of course.
Right.
You have the enable 3D acceleration in the settings, that you click on it and it tells you that you don't need 3D acceleration. I
was going to say, yeah, thanks for reminding me. I'm not going to remember half of these. I might have suggested the Manny variation because of the loom thing in the first joke, because that was like an art thing. But all the rest of that stuff, it's more like things programmers are going to wire up to make each other laugh. That's usually what that stuff is. Any others you remember?
Yeah, of course. There are, if you try to pick up the seawater 25 times, then then Guybrush goes into the water and you see Guybrush drowning from Monkey Island 1. Right. Yeah. And you got, I don't know if it's an Easter egg, but you have the Papa Pichu feature. If you read the sign, then instead of Youch, for the rest of the game, he says Papa Pichu.
Yeah, I forget. I think that was a Chuck joke. I can't remember. Again, that was a fun one. I want to say that turned out like Murray, where it was like the line that was, what is that from? The quicksand scene or something? I can't remember.
Mm-hmm. The Papa Pichu, yeah.
Yeah, so I think it was sort of like he wrote it, and then it's like, oh, this is a thing. Now that I put it in here, I could use this somewhere else, and so it's like I'm going to put it everywhere, So it was that kind of thing. Yeah, nobody asked him. Nobody assigned him to do that.
Yeah, I figured.
A lot of that stuff happens like the clock's working or,
yeah, you can look at the clock tower and it tells you the time on your computer.
That's more just like programmers going, I got a dumb idea. This will be fun. Let me do it,
And then you get Dominic Armato to read all the times, available time, all of the numbers and the minutes.
Yeah.
Now, you didn't let LucasArts shift to 3D post-Curse phase you too much. You decided to use this opportunity to pitch a new game idea with Jonathan Ackley, a game called Vanishing Act. What can you tell us about that project?
It never got made.
Moving on.
Yeah, no, it was fun. It was interesting. There was a lot of challenges there. Were trying to move into 3D, and we were trying to kind of evolve the game style. And this was tricky. Obviously, people have been hammering on this ever since, but management was pretty much coming back and saying the market for these puzzle adventure games is not I don't know if it's not what it used to be. I think the analysis I've heard is the market for adventure games never got smaller. It just never got bigger, and everything else around it exploded. So I think we were definitely given marching orders that you guys, for your next game, need to expand out of this adventure game space. And so it was like, can you do something that has the story and the puzzle and fun stuff like that from adventure games, but bring in more, 3D dimensional, you're in the space, you're doing some action elements or navigating or whatever. We were trying to figure out what to do with that. So our concept was, the story overview was it's kind of an alternative steampunk-ish era, I guess, alternative universe kind of vibe. It was all make-believe locations, but had a vaguely European turn of the 19th century vibe. Trying to think, but a lot of the main character was a magician that used his magic act as a cover for stealing. Basically, it was a heist setup. Like he does magic act Houdini types of things, and while he's locked in the Houdini thing, locked in the case underwater with the curtain draped over it, and oh my God, is he going to get out in 5 minutes or before he runs out of air? He's escaped through the trap door and broken into the museum next door and stole the crown jewels. So that was his shtick. And then the thing that happens basically is the guy who does fake magic stumbles onto, so like the artifact that he steals ends up being something that has real magic power to it. And so the whole thing is like, what's going to happen with this guy when he gets a hold of real magic, and what kinds of things does he do? Came up with some fun characters and environments. The 3D element, we were excited about using the magical elements to do some transformation stuff. So we had it so he could transform into a bird and into a spider. So there were these set things like you had multiple versions of your playable character that had different abilities. So obviously you can fly around, access things high up, whatever, as the bird. Spider is small, can walk up walls, get into small spaces, that kind of thing. So trying to kind of build stuff on that. I think it was a fun idea. The valid criticism we got from management was our design did not reflect those abilities enough. Like, I don't think we had fully figured out how to wrap our brain around how to use those powers. So it's sort of like, I think we were kind of halfway in the traditional adventure game world and halfway trying to look at this new thing that we hadn't done before. Had a bunch of really cool ideas for the adventure game part, and then started thinking about that 3D transformation part, and the two didn't quite work together yet. And then Jonathan, meanwhile, his wife, Casey Ackley, she had been a producer on Full Throttle, and then she went over to the I forget the kids game club, whatever the heck they call it, kids game division, whatever they called it. And she had worked
Lucas Learning.
Yeah, Lucas Learning. Thank you. She had gone over there and worked on a project, and apparently the two of them had been talking about wanting to start a company together. So he and I started to develop the concept for Vanishing Act, but meanwhile on the side he was plotting his escape. So that was kind of a challenge. In that, then we got to a certain point, and he's like, "Oh, by the way, I'm quitting and starting my own company." And so that kind of left me with, "Oh, we already kind of had a problematic version of this thing that we pitched. I'm trying to fix it." I forget how long it went on for a while. There's a lot of cool visual development that we did. I had a full story overview. We had a bunch of design concepts, but I think the hardcore gameplay puzzle/action gameplay design stuff needed a whole nother, version of that worked on. So I think I loved the concept and the characters in the world. I think it could have been fun, but the game design wasn't where it needed to be. And then I'm trying to remember. I think after that was when, I'm trying to remember if that was even Simon Jeffrey in charge then. We had like a revolving door of management the last couple of years I was there. So there's, a lot of different people in charge of the place the last few years. I can't remember who did what, but basically that's when I pitched some of those ideas I mentioned earlier. And then Simon said, "Or how about a sequel to Full Throttle?" So then I got into that. And I'm trying to think, Steve.
Now, many LucasArts fans know that Full Throttle had a sequel planned out called Full Throttle Hell on Wheels, and that sequel was cancelled on August 7th, 2003. But real hardcore fans know that there was also a sequel planned out that was called Full Throttle 2, or mistakenly called Full Throttle Payback for some reason, in which you were the project lead and Bill Taylor was the art director.
Yeah.
Right?
Thank you for the naming comment. I was going to say, Bill pitched the idea of calling it Full Throttle Payback, which has a nice ring to it, except the story I was writing was not a revenge story. So I thought that was the wrong title for it. But he did a lot of...
Maybe it's your revenge on LucasArts.
Yeah. He did a lot of press after he quit LucasArts, which is around the time I did. And he was starting his own company. So he did a lot of interviews at that point, and he tossed the name around. I think that's why it stuck out there. Meanwhile, I was off at Microsoft working on crazy stuff there and didn't talk to anybody about anything. But that, again, I thought I had some fun. I think I was wrapping my brain around the action game elements a lot better on my design proposal for that. But neither one of these projects went more than, a couple months, 6 months. I forget how long it was. A lot of it, like Full Throttle might have went longer, but we're in a weird spot. Like Steve Dotterman, who's the director of development, quit sometime in there. And I don't know if the position went unfilled for a little while. I can't remember. Got a new guy in there. Whatever it was, it just sort of felt like games that were already well along their way are the ones that needed attention from the new guy. and my thing wasn't on fire because it wasn't even a thing yet. It was early stages. So I sort of felt like I was waiting around a lot to get time from the new guy to see what he thought, what he wanted from me, that kind of thing. It was kind of a uncomfortable time. This is like, it started with, hey, I'm having trouble getting on his calendar. And then it turned into, this feels like this guy's avoiding me. What the heck is going on? I was not having fun. That era at LucasArts was also a little weird in that there was a lot of people quitting and jumping ship. Like I said, there was a lot of change in upper management and some weird ideas about who we are and what we should be doing were coming down. I'm sure a lot of it was related to changes in the industry in general. Adventure games weren't huge hits anymore. What are we going to do next? How are we going to do it? Tech changing, a lot of stuff like that. And then working on this new concept, it's like I had a bunch of design work. We had some visual development. Bill was working on that part, but no prototyping on the tech side. And then when I went to pitch the idea, was not getting a good reaction. Eventually, I technically resigned from the company, but it was pretty much there's not a lot of opportunities for you here was the heavy hint. And it was mostly because, nobody wants to fire anybody, but it was clear that they were not happy with my version of Full Throttle. The experience was not good. I've had some bad managers over the years, but the response I got from the manager that didn't talk to me for a long, long time, and then finally looked at the design was he didn't like it, and I asked why, and he said, if you don't know what's wrong with it, then we've got a bigger problem here. It's like, no, it's your job as my boss to tell me what you dislike because I think we're doing good work here. And apparently he didn't agree with that analysis. And apparently neither did Simon. I don't know, because Simon let that go down and I left on not great terms and was pretty frustrated. I mean, technically I quit, but yeah, I was not happy. And I won't get into naming names or being too grumpy, but yeah, that was not a great time. But again, it's like there were other people that were having bad experiences there in the previous couple of years leading up to this. And I kind of saw the writing on the wall. I saw a lot of people leave unhappily, and people that were still there were walking around going, things are not good anymore. What's going on? And I was aware that was the case, and I was acknowledging, yeah. And technically for me, that's not the case because I'm in charge of a project. So I'm actually having fun and getting to do what I want to do. But I see what you mean. And this is concerning. And then it finally caught up to me and I'm like, oh yeah, that's why everybody's been quitting. Okay. I see what's going on. So yeah, at that point I left and it was kind of a mad scramble. It was not a good time. We had just had a baby. I left rather abruptly, literally newborn baby, scrambling to find a new job. I ended up getting a job offer at Microsoft, and it's like, okay, Seattle is cheaper than living in the Bay Area. They're going to pay me well. It was an art director job. It was weird. At the time they were starting, that's when the Xbox was first coming out. And so it's like they went from having a small PC game group that did like Flight Sim and, a couple of other random things to now we're going to be this massive studio. We're going to make the Xbox and we're going to develop internal titles for the Xbox. And they had signed to publish, I forget, the Oddworld game and then Tim's game too. So I'm thinking, oh, this is good. Okay, they've got money and they're actually wanting to support some quirky games. So I thought that sounds good. That seems like a good place to be. And so we just were like, yeah, this is fine. Roll the dice. Let's go. They moved us up there. We bought a house. we were happy to be up there. I lived there for almost 20 years, so we liked it up there. But Microsoft was not a great experience. I ended up, they give these things like they call it the Ship It Award. And it's this plaque thing that they give you. And then you stick these little mini stickers on it or whatever that are like titles for all the games that you've shipped. You know, people have multiple ones of things, all the things they worked on that shipped. After a couple of years of being there, I was on so many projects back to back that just went a couple of months and would get shelved. 6 months, I think, was the longest I worked on anything. Everything constantly canceled. The group I was working in didn't know what they were doing because they moved a lot of people over from the Windows team. Now you're going to make video games. It's like, okay, that's not the way you should do this. I got to a point a couple of years in, I started just putting Post-it notes on my Ship It Award that just had all the names of the things I worked on that got canceled. So I could have my thing on display and have something on it. And meanwhile, I was plotting my escape and working on concept development for what would turn into Insecticide. I still kept in touch with a lot of LucasArts people, and it's like, I'm going crazy at Microsoft. They've got me I ended up working on Flight Simulator just because I wanted to have shipped a game. At that point, I thought that was important. Now in hindsight, I'm like, no, it was probably more important for me to get the heck out of there and get somewhere where I could do the kind of creative work that I do best. And Microsoft was not it. And I'm sure it's changed drastically since. But the group I was in, again, it was like mostly people that worked on Flight Simulator and Windows. And it's like, okay, that's not right. And again, it was a different group when I started. They were trying to develop new Xbox games. And then it ended up splintering into a couple of different groups. And then there was layoffs. And it's like they had growing pains trying to figure out what they were doing. So it's kind of crazy. Finally ended up developing Insecticide and got a publishing deal for that. And I quit. And that was chaos. It was kind of chaos and fun combination. That was the last full game production I did. I've done tons of interactive projects for theme park work, and I've done a lot of consulting or prototypes on things here and there as I've done freelance work in between employee positions. But I think that was the last full game production I did. It was already problematic. Like the game that we pitched, it was one of the early attempts to be a distributed remote studio. So it's like we had people all over the world that were working on this. We're going to do it that way. We wanted to try to do a blend again of some action and puzzle stuff. I think we had a good concept. Like Insecticide is this weird futuristic world of mutated bugs that are talking. They're the characters now in the world, but they've sort of taken over Earth. There's still humans around. The concept was you're playing as a detective character, and the thinking on the design was when you're exploring the scene of the crime, you're looking for evidence. That's like adventure game puzzle stuff. Find the inventory. How do you use this stuff as inventory to solve a puzzle? You can interrogate somebody and show them the thing. If you interrogate them something and bring up something, they might run. Then that turns into an action scene, and you're chasing them through the city, and there's jumping and running and shooting. So the concept was fun, but again, we were way over our heads with the budget on that and didn't really have the ability to deliver at the level I wanted to. We actually pitched the game as a PlayStation, as a PSP portable title and a downloadable PC title. And the thinking was we can do a similar design for both these versions, and then it's more of a port. Like, we can dumb down the PC version to match the specs for the PSP essentially, and try to kind of have the same design for both. We already pulled the trigger. I already quit my job. We started developing it. Our publisher was brand new, and they started looking for distribution and found out the PSP was pretty new at the time. And they're like, we can't get distribution for the PSP title, so we're going to have to cut that out of the deal. And we're like, if you cut that out of the deal, we can't afford to make this game. So like, well, the DS is doing really well. If you could make a DS title instead, we can just go ahead with things as they were. And we're like, of course we can do that, because by that point I'd quit my job and everything was falling apart. So we're like, yeah, no problem. Of course, the problem with that idea is the DS is a completely different title. All the specs were wildly different. It's got 2 screens. It's got a touch screen, stylus, everything. It was like, it was a completely different game. So really bad idea. I'm very proud of the IP we created and a lot of the visual development, the story, some of the design work. The final version of the game was not what I hoped to make. The fact that we shipped it at all and it got mediocre reviews is pretty darn good, I think, in spite of everything that went wrong. Because I literally had a second job. I was creative director on that while I simultaneously was designing a theme park attraction, an interactive theme park attraction. And I was probably working like 80 hours a week. It was a nightmare. But the good thing was it got me into doing work for Disney and other theme parks. We got to the end of Insecticide. Our publisher went out of business. And it's like, well, we will not be doing another project with them or making a sequel on this mediocre selling game. So that's how I kind of pivoted into doing theme park work. A lot of it was interactive. Jonathan Ackley had already been at Disney, I think right after his startup folded, which was just a year or so later. He ended up at the R&D department of Imagineering and started pushing on doing interactive projects there. And then he gave me an opportunity right as things were falling apart on Insecticide to go help him on a project there. I ended up going, well, can I do it kind of on my own weird hours while I'm doing something else? He's like, yeah, fine. That whatever works for you. So I did that. And then I've been doing a bunch of crazy, weird theme park interactive hybrid weirdness ever since. So that's kind of where I'm at now.
Cool. Now, before we conclude our conversation, I have a few questions from our viewers.
Okay.
Space Quest historian asks, the animation of Dr. Fred being pulled out of the window by Bernard during his rescue from the IRS is by far the funniest thing I have ever seen. How much freedom did you have artistically over that scene? Was it your idea to have Bernard pull him out in that spine-breaking fashion?
Yeah, I think I touched on this before. That's what I loved about the project was, I forget what that puzzle is, what the end result is, but I mean, literally the puzzle would be, Bernard frees Dr. Fred or whatever, how it happens to be determined, or whatever it is. It was always like, get character from point A to point B. Occasionally it would be, here's the funny situation that we're thinking that the character's gotten into. We got to get them out. But most of those were, get Dr. Fred from point A to point B or whatever that was. I'm not remembering the puzzle. I can see the animation in my head, but I'm not remembering what the point of it was. You break in there, you free him, and you have to get him out.
You're supposed to switch the mummy with Dr. Fred. Oh,
right. Okay. So that tricks the guys into thinking he's still in there and you freed Fred. Is that the deal?
Mm-hmm.
Sounds right. Let's pretend
exactly.
It is. Okay. Yeah. So that was literally, I don't know what we're doing. And I just had to come up with how that might work. So that was a blast. Like I said, I would rough out ideas for it. Like, okay, your description of it is probably what Tim and Dave gave me. Switch Dr. Fred for the mummy, or the mummy for Dr. Fred, whatever, and somehow get him out of there. So all the rest of that stuff was, I got some ideas for how to make this funny, how to snap the bed on him, all that stuff. So that's what made the job great.
It's always interesting to hear that that some iconic scenes were just done because you had to figure out something and you did it because you thought it was funny.
Yeah.
And there you have it, an iconic scene.
Yeah, some of that stuff is literally. I was going to say some of that stuff. You'd get an assignment that would be like, and not that this is a real thing, but have Guybrush, climb up or climb down the ladder, go across, inch across this thing, get down, like have to get the character down a ladder and some complex way into, something lower down, and then you go, well, what if he just slips on a banana peel and falls down the hole instead? You're like, it's funnier and it's way easier to do, like, oh, okay, yeah, let's do it that way. So that was the fun.
El Pollo Diablo asks, the ending of Curse seemed a bit rushed. If you could redo it with unlimited budget, what would it look like?
I think I'm trying to remember. It's available online, and the hint book, I think, has storyboards for a lengthier scene. I think I'm trying to remember I don't know that there was that much more interactivity that we left out. There was a little bit of stuff that we had planned there. I think it was mostly like the story just felt like it cut very abruptly, and we just needed to kind of comfortably wrap things up. So there was some more detailed stuff that we had planned out. There's storyboards for that you can find online. We would have done that version. The problem was we'd already been doing my punch list of tuning things up. We had most of the stuff finished. We kind of got to a point with that finale where it felt like the thing that we had storyboarded out was going to be something that required us to go to management and say, we need like another month or two or something. I forget what it was. And we were feeling really uncomfortable about that idea. We felt like this is our first time in charge of a project. It feels like it's turning out really well. We're happy about it. We want to do a good job. We don't want to go in and say it's not done. And part of it was like the stuff we left out wasn't like a big chunk of gameplay. So we kind of thought the game's done. Maybe it's fine, and we put it together and it's like, yeah, I agree. It's like, oh, it's not like the version that was storyboarded is probably not even the version that it needed. It probably just needed an ending scene that was 2 or 3 times longer. It was just like, oh, we're married, kiss the bride and sail off. Wait, that's it? It just needed a couple of more things to happen, a few lines from the characters back and forth to wrap it up, and then they sail into the sunset. So I don't
probably
know.
It needed more room to breathe.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, to my point, like the tune-up list that I gave is going back and looking at other things, and I did that right, where I go, no, these two things are happening simultaneously. You need the one followed by the other, and it's funnier and it's clearer. That's what we should tune. And I was completely blind to that on the finale. I wasn't blind to it. We knew we were cutting, but we thought it's okay to do it. It's good enough. We can't be late. We're just scared of, like, important people will come scream at us if we're late. That's not a thing we can do. Mostly people left us alone when we were on schedule, but we thought people won't leave us alone anymore if we're late. And I don't know what that's going to be like. That sounds scary. So it's like we made the wrong decision because we were afraid, which is funny because you're asking me all these other questions about, were you afraid to change the art style? Were you afraid to do that?
Mm-hmm.
All the other stuff, no, not at all. But then when it came down to the end, it's like, oh, wow, we just finished this $1 million game and all this stuff, and they're going to sell it, and we can't be late, can we? Also, a little bit of, I had worked with Tim, and as much of a genius as he is with all the creative side, all of those other projects of his have typically been late. So it's like, they can yell at Tim because Tim just kind of shrugs and goes, yeah, but it's really cool. And he's right. And we were kind of still not confident enough to say, yeah, but you want it to be late because it'll be better. So it was that.
80 Machine asks, was there any instance where there was something in one game that you couldn't fit in that you ended up recycling in another game? Character designs, puzzle, things like that.
I mean, yeah, I think I mentioned a couple of things like the ship combat. Obviously, it wasn't ours, but people had been dabbling with things. I obviously reused some character designs in Day of the Tentacle. Like I mentioned, as you go from project to project, there's always like, oh, I wish this could have, wish we could have done a longer animation here, or wish we could have done more of a full screen thing here as we go. Day of the Tentacle was like, can we just do a full screen thing that animates? Some of them like Dead Cousin Ted or whoever the heck he is. that was just a frozen frame, but just having that full screen image of him, it's like, well, that's an advance, that we got that. I guess Monkey Island did that with a few things, but still, it sort of feels like leaning into being more cinematic. And then with Full Throttle, it's like, well, let's do more of that. Can we really make it feel more cinematic? So there's always stuff like that we're building on. I'm sure there's little details of things that I saved away that I kept pulling out, like obviously dropping an anvil on Guybrush's head and telling Ron, how about more of this?
You
not
and your anvil.
No, yeah, but we can do that kind of thing in Day of the Tentacle now. So that was a big part of my motivation for pushing for that style in Day of the Tentacle. It's like, and Tim and Dave weren't going to argue with that. I was like, yes, we all want to do crazy stuff like this. So, I think we were all sort of leaning in that direction.
And one last question from me. What are your plans for the near future, and how can people stay in touch with you?
Gosh, I was going to say I'm on Twitter, but I'm not really much anymore since it's all kind of turned to chaos. It's funny because I only got on there recently, and it was always something like I was aware of it, but I never did it. And then I want to say, I think because Jonathan got on there and people kept asking him game related questions. And then I'm like, well, maybe I'll get on there. Like I got on there, or maybe I was on there, but I wasn't doing anything. I started out trying to write some jokes, thinking this might be just a good way to get myself to, get better at joke writing. Just write a joke a day or whatever. That lasted like a week. And then I'm like, yeah, I'm not doing this. But then, so technically I'm still on there. I don't have any other website or any kind of thing. I'm on LinkedIn, that kind of thing, Facebook, but people send me Facebook requests. I tend to only link to people that I know personally, as opposed to like, followers or that kind of thing. I'm on Instagram and I feel horrible because people try to connect to me there. I'm like, yeah, you can do it, but you're going to be disappointed because I have an Instagram page that I started 6 years ago and put 4 pictures of my kids who are now adults on there when they were like in preschool or whatever. And I haven't added anything since. I look at Instagram. I just don't participate. So that's kind of me. As far as what I'm doing, like I said, I'm doing a lot of theme park related, a lot of interactive. It's been exciting for me to kind of play around in this space that's game adjacent. Obviously, I've worked for Disney and some other big theme park companies, done some fun interactive things. A lot of projects I've done have been attempts to take story-based adventure games, using other companies' fun IPs and try to say, how do you bring that into the real world, into the physical space? Location-based entertainment is the term they throw around for that. Immersive experiences that are interactive. So a lot of my career since, like I said, Insecticide was the last full game production I did. It was like 15 years ago. Pretty much everything I've done since then has been sort of in that space, immersive, location-based entertainment / theme park space. I've done some traditional theme park attractions as well, because those are a lot of the things that get built. So that's been fun. But that's kind of my latest thing. And I've been dabbling with some other side projects. I'm actually, if you're familiar with Charlie Ramos, who is lead background artist or character designer, animator on Outlaws. He was one of the animators on Full Throttle. He did the scene of the Ben's motorbike hitting the cherub hood ornament in the intro scene, the opening. He did the caricature of Tim as the cherub hood ornament. Anyway, Charlie and I are kind of working on a side project, trying to come up with an animated TV series, and it's been going super slow, but it's fun throwing around creative ideas. We thought it was a great idea when we started like 2 years ago brainstorming, and then now we're finding out the whole streaming economy is broken and people can barely survive or make a living, and everybody's on strike. It's like, okay, well, we still have a cool idea here. We're still going to work on it. So anyway, trying to keep busy on fun, cool projects and make a living. But the fun, cool projects part is always, that's always a priority. How do you do that? If you can get paid for it, great. If you can't, figure out a way to do it on the side. I'm impressed with people like Bill, who's always putting stuff out there. I'm not great about, whether it's dabbling or just doing a sketch or a funny little scene or something and just sharing it. I probably should get better at that. I'm not great at it. I would like to be better at that. Like, here's a goofy idea that I sketched up or wrote up a scene for or whatever, and let me share. Because I know projects or opportunities would probably come out of that better. But so that's on my to-do list. Get better at that. Sharing ideas.
Well, thank you so much, Larry, for taking the time to join me for this conversation today. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Thanks.
And yeah, it's been 10 hours, probably the longest conversation yet.
I feel bad. I got to say publicly, we talked in between here, but I was making fun of the fact that you did a 4-hour interview with Bill. I'm like, what can you say for 4 hours? I'm like, oh, apparently it's really easy.
What can you say for 4 hours that you can't say in 5 hours?
Exactly. Jesus. Okay. So, my mom and the 10 hardcore fans are going to want to hear all 5 hours. Otherwise, I'm a little embarrassed to tell anybody else that I talked for 5 hours, but I may lose my voice.
I'm going to heavily promote the fact that you talked for 5 hours.
I feel horrible. I feel guilty. Like I said, the reason I'm primarily a writer now is because when it comes out of my mouth, it's the long version. And then if I put it on paper that way, I can always edit it down before I show it publicly. So that's what you get with interviews. You get the long version. All right. Well, it's great talking to you.
Thank you, Larry.